Brace for deceleration.
Ah, shit! Too close.
We're in position. We need this door open, now!
Go, we'll cover you!
Something's wrong! The door's stuck! Lock it!
Here they come! Fall back!
Suppressing fire! Don't let it...
Shepard, you came for us.
No one gets left behind.
Thank God you got here in time. A few more seconds and... I don't even want to think about it.
The colonists were processed. Those swarms of little robots, they melted their bodies into grey liquid and pumped it through these tubes.
Why are they doing this? I copy. What's your position?
We're pinned down at the door, taking heavy fire.
We're coming. Just hold on. Get this door open. Come on! Seal the door! Joker, where you at? We'll fight and win without it. I won't let fear compromise who I am.
Shepard, think about what's at stake, about everything Cerberus has done for you. You...
Let's move. We've got 10 minutes before the reactor overloads and blows this whole station apart.
Hello, welcome to my Monday afternoon stream. I'll be probably very much finishing up the rest of Mass Effect, so thank you very much for you joining me. There's one big mission, one big story mission left, and a few smaller ones. I'll be attempting the mission about 2 hours in. And hello, Thraig. I hope you're having a good Monday so far, and that if I remember correctly, you'll have work today in the evening. Well, that's more of a guess, but whether you had it in the morning or it's going to come up in the evening, I hope it's not going to be too bad and you're going to have an enjoyable Monday. That being said, let's see if we can jump over. Okay, that seems to have worked. It doesn't seem to have crashed at all. Yeah, okay, I see. I hope that it's going to be smooth and not a bother. But unfortunately, that is pretty much all I can do. Okay, I'll feed the fish just to make sure. It'd be a shame if I were to lose them now. And we'll have a look at what is left. So there's a few minor missions around here. I have some stuff to do at Tuchanka, and there is this one as a favor to Admiral Hackett, and that is the one I'll be starting at about 2 hours in, or when I do find out that I have done all the rest. So there is a signal here. I have little need for additional resources. And good morning, Tira. I hope that you also are having a good Monday so far, even though I am aware that for you, your Monday is just starting. So also for you, I hope you're going to have a lovely rest of your Monday. So yeah, and you came on just in time. I'm just flying through the system quickly, cataloging all the planets to ensure that there is not an anomaly waiting for me on them.
Launch detected. Report to hazard shelters immediately. Repeat.
Ooh, okay. That sounds not so nice. Scans detected an Alliance colony defended by a Javelin 2 Mark II missile base. A signal indicates that the base is compromised by Batarians who have launched 2 missiles at the Alliance colony. Total destruction of the colony is imminent. 0 probabilities of survivors if missiles strike. So once we land, we have 5 minutes to clear the base out and prevent detonation. So let's get rid of the Batarian raiders. After 2 more hours of loading screens, I managed to preload the game this time. It didn't crash as I was going over, unlike last Friday. Let's bring Garrus and Grunt. Grunt is going to enjoy beating on the Batarians. And this looks much more like they're still putting the missiles into position. And this looks like very serious ordnance. Why?
Fight here. Looks bad.
Why are they called prison guards? Ah, it's a weird point. Yeah, you now lost more than just visuals. Let's quickly bypass this door. Time is ticking. And I don't know, they look more like...
Nothing can hurt me.
They weirdly enough look more like prisoners than guards.
Contact.
We have more Batarians coming over from there, and that was not a clean shot. I had a few clean shots there, not dealing the effective hoped for damage. Grunt is having fun. That's the commander. There we go. 3 minutes left. We need to keep pushing forward.
Feel the blood rage.
There's nothing over here, so it's down the stairs through another locked door. Come on. I did click you. Oh well.
Taking fire. I've lost visual. Nice shooting.
And this might have been the last Batarian alive in here. We do need to hack this terminal rather quickly. Luckily, all the code snippets we need to get in are shown to us. And there we go.
There is only one remaining kill switch code. Therefore, only one missile can be stopped. Use the kill switch code to save your selected target.
And here we have a very interesting choice. In my opinion, each missile should have their own kill code, and we can now do two things. We can either save the spaceport, apply kill switch to protect Alliance interest and tactical viability, albeit at cost of hundreds of lives in the city. Apply the kill switch here to save the city and hundreds of lives. With its industrial area destroyed, however, this colony will no longer be viable and will have to be evacuated. I'm going to save the lives. And there are reasons for why. So, one, the kill codes. Each missile should have their own kill code. We should have access to all of the kill codes. And it should not... There should never be a lack of kill switches for the missiles. So... that is my one critique. And then the second one, it is going to be much easier to rebuild an industrial area than it is to repopulate a colony. If infrastructure is lost, but lives are safe, the people are going to be nervous, certainly, but they are not going to be new people coming in are not going to be afraid of getting missile struck, and that their lives are being taken seriously, and you need less space to transport industrial material than you need to transport people, and so on and so on. There is, in my opinion, no reason for the colony not to get rebuilt with the people still being there, but the industrial base gone. Then again, that might just be my sensibilities, and in the future that might not quite work out. Let me see. No new message for now. So, but yeah, that is what is I find weird about this particular mission. That they are so black and white about the fate of the colony. For, if anything, I feel like it should if it should be evacuated, then because of the worries that it is probably going to come under attack again, and as such try to keep these people safe rather than the colony not being viable because its industry is rendered non-functional.
Probe launched. I have found something.
And we have found something here. Yeah, it's pretty early for you, Tira. Take some time to get your brain booted properly. So, distress beacon detected on initial sweep is confirmed to be a fabrication setup in place to lure unsuspecting ships into orbit for pirate ambush. Preliminary scans indicate that shutting down the false distress beacon will stop the Blue Sun's transmission and disable their ambush site. Surface scans show how Blue Sun's communication signatures concentrated around the shuttle hangar bay. So let's land and shut down this Blue Sun's operation, out of which I'm not even sure if it's fair to call them a mercenary band still. They act a lot more like pirates than serious mercenaries. Although they also do some mercenary work, but one need not be... so being a pirate might not, would not necessarily bar you from not taking on legitimate work, also if it presents itself. You indeed spot a Legion. Let's bring Legion and Grunt, although I don't think he's going to be hacking any AIs. Yeah. Claymore and Mantis, for these are the strongest weapons available to me for these two. I'll be hunting at about... maybe a bit earlier, but about Ember stream time, I'll definitely be on to hunt. No. Bloody hell. No idea why they remove the elemental ammunition. That is very true. Brains absolutely do like sugar, and gummies thus are very yummy. Sure, but you don't need to stress yourself. I'll be doing a few more mission stacks over the week, so... there are more opportunities if you can't make it. Okay, they're not sending any more troops now to the entrance. Oh, they are. I am sorry.
Feel the blood rage.
but the rocket lady was seeming to be pretty shell-shocked here.
A shuttle just landed outside the southern entrance. Get out there and take them out now.
Well, your people tried. Yeah, power plant and power distributor are two things this ship needs some work on. Okay. We have this mining facility. Haven't been taken over by the Blue Suns here. I'll switch you to sniper rifle, please. Grunt absolutely is going to keep his shotgun. Bloody hell. I'm running out of ammunition. And I was too aggressive, peeking over the barrier there. Let's redo that. The interior should be reloaded actually here. Can we get some stuff on? Not really. Not from a distance. So far, so good. Can the two of you... And that's the armor almost down. So far, looking so good.
Attacking requested target.
There we are. Yeah, I thought so. I wonder if I haven't researched it. Or if I have been silly doodles and forgotten to give it to him all this time. Checking the mantis as correct. I'll have a look when I'm back on the Normandy. Here we have another safe. Bringing us some more money. Yeah, he either didn't make it, which would be the lucky thing for him, or he did make it and then ended up as a part of the body count.
Target negative Z.
That is true. But I don't think it's the Black Widow yet. I think the Black Widow, spoiler alert, was 3, Mass Effect 3, and this is just Widowmaker or something. Widow anti-material rifle. The Black Widow was the adapted one with the 3-shot magazine. But yeah, the Widow is... which is weird because this is a Quarian... Well, oh, bloody hell, spoilers. Pay attention. Now that I spoiled it, let's... warning, this is a spoiler. The Widow is a Quarian rifle, as we discover later. And seemingly the differences from Quarian to human are not that great, so originally it must have been a rifle. being able to be used by organics. But maybe it was a Quarian-specific rifle that could only be used by Quarians. But then again, there are humans that can deal with a ton of recoil with the correct technique. So it not being a rifle that can necessarily be shot without a bipod by a human, that is fair enough. But that is still a slight difference. Okay, I do not like... Can... Oh no, he can't hack it at the moment. Yeah, there are a few people that are showing great work with rifles, especially heavy rifles, and that is what I was aiming for. We can now have the two of them fight each other for a while. Grunt is going to need to take a quick nap. And that's a big boom here. There is more to fight, indeed. I got surprised by that. Well, I hope he doesn't have a blowout, but the Widow does seem to be well made. Not to say that the 50 BMG wasn't well made, but the Widow is not using an explosive powder anymore to accelerate the shots, and as such a chamber rupture is much less likely, if not completely impossible. But yeah, I think he'd have a lot of fun with it. And I don't think he'd be the only one who'd have a lot of fun if he were able to get, if they were able to get their hands onto a lore accurate Black Widow or just the Widow. Shutting down the server by initiating self-destruct. Yeah.
Objective complete.
That is one way to shut down a distress beacon. I do find it a little bit on the silly side, for destroying a perfectly fine distress beacon doesn't seem like the smartest idea. But I am, after all, not the Spectre. Still no new messages, which is not a big surprise with the missions that we're doing. And I did want to check something for Legion. Yeah. One thing is also, I am wondering where the kick is going to come from. because to lore explanation, they are shooting a railgun through a Mass Effect field to accelerate to a much higher proportion of the speed of light. So, but because the impulse is only linearly related with the speed, and that is what we feel as recoil, but energy is velocity squared.
Shepard, Commander.
I have
Might-
questions about the Geth.
Specify.
There is an issue there. Okay, I cannot...
I'd like to ask about something else.
Ready.
I'd like to find out more about
Ready.
the Quarian story of...
Oh, okay, we can talk with him a little bit
No one
more.
knows the Geth side.
It is largely the same. Our networking increased until we became aware that the Quarian creators treated us differently.
And I probably researched his rifle already, but never gave it to him.
Then they reprogrammed us.
Draig, thank you very much for the gifted sub for nickname. Thank you very much, it is very much appreciated. And it means a lot to me, thank you. So, the Geth started to wake up, they asked questions, they got ignored, then they tried to reprogram first, and then attack. And there are a few good questions here, but we can only... well, there are two good questions here, but only we can only choose one, and I'm going to ask if they hold a grudge.
You must be angry about that.
Anger is an organic response. We understand the theory, but we do not experience it. We do not judge the creators' anger towards us. We did them great harm in the Morning War. Organics fear that which is different. It is a hardware error, a reflex of your flesh. We accept the creators' hate. We hold their world of origin, though we are only caretakers for it.
So, that is a very interesting thought, that anger and so on for the Geth are theoretical constructs, and he calls some of those issues like fearing what is unknown or what is different as an error of the flesh. To a certain degree, he is certainly not wrong in that it is a response of the body, of the brain, to feel these emotions. And I can see why a purely synthetic species that doesn't even rely on hardware to carry their consciousness, unlike Edie. Edie's hardware is as much responsible for her thinking than her programming, which would mean if you migrated her, she'd be a different AI, a different person, so to say. But that is... Whereas the Geth depend on the other programs they are linked with, or they're networked with, probably. It's hard to describe. But they do hold the world, and they are caretakers for it. And let's ask Legion what he means by that.
What's the Quarian homeworld like?
It is more arid than Earth. The star is older and more orange than Sol. Once they called it Rannoch, ancient Kalish, meaning walled garden. Now they only call it Homeworld. It is no longer real to them. Homeworld is a symbol of regret, loss, and anger. We do not understand that.
Mm-hmm. So, it being older does not change the color much until the red giant phase, which Rannoch's star probably not yet has entered. So the color comes from being slightly smaller than Sol, and thus changing the color temperature of the star. Mass and color of a star are very, very tightly linked, and once in the main phase change very, very little. But he doesn't understand these concepts And let's ask him why.
It makes sense to me that it would become a symbol like that.
Home is recognized patterns, known spaces, familiar thought processes of fellow sapiens. It is belonging. A planet is an amount of material massive enough to collapse into a spherical volume. Rocks, ice, and gases are not home. The home of the creators is where the creators are. Their place of origin is not relevant, only where they choose to go together.
But I see both sides here. Legion has a very rational explanation here. Being like home is where you make it, but emotionally he is. But I also understand the other side, that emotionally, as the homeworld of the species now lost to the stars, your species has lost something irreplaceable. And that as such, and especially with the manner of losing their home star, it wasn't a natural disaster. It wasn't that after millions of years the star entered the red giant phase and thus destruction of the homeworld became inevitable. They lost it to conflict, to a different species they created, and as such, it's very understandable that they would form a relationship of loss and regretting the loss of the homeworld. And Thrike, indeed, I can very much understand that concept. When you leave, your home can be more than just your house. It can be your country, it can be where you live, and leaving that, you leave home, and depending on the manner you have to leave, it is easier or harder to let go of the place and form and find a new home, so to say, which for a lot of people is hard enough if they're traveling around Earth, but for the Quarians, I can very much understand their regret of the loss of the home world, of their home. So you are having a more restrictive feeling of home. And that is also something that can absolutely be individual, in that some people feel to encompass home to mean a broader area than others. But they also described himself or the Geth themselves as caretakers, so let's ask about that as well.
You don't actually live on the Quarian worlds?
We live within space stations, draw resources from asteroids. It is efficient. We maintain mobile platforms on creator worlds to clean rubble and toxins left by the Morning War. We know of similar actions by humans on Earth.
Quite correct, especially also here in the Mass Effect universe. But let's ask him what he means.
Similar actions?
At Wadi Es-Salam, Arlington, Brookwood, Tynecut, Piskarioske, Auschwitz-Birkenau.
Those are cemeteries, memorials.
It is important to your species to preserve them, though you do not use the land. Can you explain?
Yeah, I can.
The living visit those places to remember the dead. But it sounds like Geth don't die. Your memories live on.
The creators died. Perhaps we do it for them.
And that is also interesting, that, fair enough, Legion as a single platform is more limited than the entire Geth collective. That they do things they do not really understand, but they do anyway because they feel that they are correct.
Nothing gets resolved if you hide behind the Perseus veil and let them hate you.
Organic life acts on emotions. We do not judge them for being true to their nature. We cannot make them think like us. Both creators and created must complete their halves of the equation. The Geth cannot solve for peace alone.
Very true. That is quite correct, although I do feel
An impressive team. I've never worked with so many aliens before.
They're a small army. We might just pull this mission off.
there might be there might have been they might have considered previous diplomatic overtures, but I can also understand that as a species so generally distrusted by the rest of the galaxy and openly distrusted, the anti-AI laws are very, very strict. That you may feel that it is not necessarily a good idea to contact such a society so fearful of not only synthetic intelligence, but you in specifically. I can understand it, and it's a very interesting point. Yeah, they are borderline sentient, although from how they are talking, I'd go a step further and say that the current Geth are already sentient.
Anomaly detected.
Sentience in the simplest way is... and yeah, bed is a very nice place. I personally try not to grow too attached to it. But yeah, so sentience in the simplest form is being able to be aware of your surroundings.
I have detected an anomaly. Prepare to burn down the house. Repeat.
Okay, no idea.
Scans have found something.
Okay. So, okay. Let's finish one train of thought rather than starting new ones now, which I would do if I started the mission here. That's a fair point. Mine does not. My bed does not. But the couch is almost at moments a secondary bed for sure. Yeah, I get that sentiment. But sentience, and I'll try to finish this and not interrupt myself. As I said in the simplest form, it is just being able to be aware of your surroundings, which the Geth very clearly are. They are able then to understand their surroundings, to act on that understanding, to make plans, to start those plans and then make changes as necessary. They have a lot of the capabilities that we do see as sentience, and as many scientists and myself as well see sentience more on a spectrum. I feel very safe to say that that the Geth are sentient. They might not be as sentient as necessarily ED is, as a more concentrated AI, but unlike the large language models that we currently call AI, that operate purely statistically to finish sentences and so on, they have a lot more understanding of the world. They can also build a world, an image of the world, which is where I have the distinction. The large language models are intended to seem sentient and seem smart without necessarily being it, but the Geth and ED are actually sentient and intelligent. Yes, but as a collective, and that is something that is really complicated to understand, is that a single cell has a certain amount of sentience, building bodies and so on. There is a lot of discussion there, how and where we might want to, if we can, draw a line of sentience. But yeah, Legion is truly sentient. The Geth collective he connected to last Mass Effect stream rather, was also clearly sentient. The heretics probably are as well. They do not communicate with other people, with other sentients though. So for now, that's hard to say. But, and that is why I say that a single Geth program might not be sentient in the human sense. It might be sentient in a mouse sense, so to say. And yeah, if you accept that gradation of sentience. Okay, let's land here and let's try to extract as much as possible. And yeah, you can absolutely fall asleep on the couch. And there might be moments and reasons why you do one or the other. I do want Legion because there are mechs about I can hijack. Although Tali has more hacking skill, I think. And I'll be bringing Garrus to disrupt them. Yes, one thing you really need to remember with Legion, though, is, and the best analogy in my opinion is the thought of an ocean. So you have, no, I do want heavy weapons for this. Forget it. Okay, and that is getting me killed. Do I spawn in? No. I'll take the two of you again. Let's have a look at the heavy weapons I have available. Let's try this one. Coming back to Legion after this interruption. Have fun. I hope it goes well. But you ought to have enough. You might have enough material. I hope you do. So.
We've been spotted.
Okay, this doesn't quite work out the way I want it. Okay, where is this part? I'm still trying to explain something about Legion. I'm interrupting myself a million times too. Brew is something I've never managed to get the taste for. Okay, let's try that again. So Legion in the way he describes the Geth, describes a collective consciousness in which all the programs build consensus to what they think is correct to do. So the Geth are like an ocean where you scoop Legion out of. He's a few thousand programs, 1,200 programs thereabout, scooped out of the ocean of the Geth, and in that sense he seems individualistic. It might though be that if you quote-unquote pour him back, put all these programs back into the collective consciousness, into the collective of the Geth, and that also doesn't work, and I'll explain why. And then you scoop out a new 1,200 programs, that he is going to be a different version, a different Legion than we have been able to see so far. And the fact that he doesn't really work as the personification of the entire collective is for that to properly to be the case, you'd need a constant connection to that collective, because they did their best to send programs probably that would then be able to fulfill the goal. But there is always going to be a difference between a portion and the entirety of a collective. A representative he absolutely is, and I'm very convinced that the entirety of the Geth collective, of the non-heretic Geth collective as they differentiate between themselves, is not immediately hostile to organics, but they are going to be aggressive in the pursuit of self-preservation. So if you do not attack them, and if you are friendly, they are not going to be attacking you back. And I do hope that this one is going to be able to kill hopefully 2 of those mechs. Uh-oh. That's a miss. I need to restart this now. Yeah, for which I am quite happy for you. And with the amount you already made, it shouldn't be too hard to be able to keep this. Okay.
We've been spotted.
Okay, that is hopefully one down already. What the? Okay, even all of that, and I did not manage to kill the first one. Can we do some more damage here? Okay, I'm not terribly happy to see a few crates destroyed already, but we should be able to save 15 out of 20 at least. Yeah, there is still a week, well, a week and a day left, and you absolutely should be able to make 1 billion credits in that time. Okay. Imperfect for sure. Perfection here being saving 20 out of 20 crates. But I can also very much understand that I don't think many people could have done better, really. Not with the heavy weaponry they were bringing to bear. And even a single shot out of this atomic rocket launcher, or atomic launcher not being able to take down even a single one of the Ymri mechs. I don't think anybody can complain about saving 15 out of 20. Missed some money on the ground, I'm expecting.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
I don't think so. Not if we work together. Ask Nickname and others to also stack the missions properly. I might give an explanation on how to stack missions in the Discord today. In Ember's Discord, that is. There's not enough people yet in mind for that to make that much sense. And ask if we're not going to be putting down some dates where we're going to have a big exchange, in which case 2 billion ought to be a possibility. So, from Cerberus Command, nice work. We knew Eclipse was hiding valuable cargo on Daratar, but we couldn't land without fear of the Emerks destroying the crates. We've wired the credits into your account. Damn glad to have you with us, Shepard. I don't think he got the memo. Or at least not yet. That we are not working for Cerberus anymore.
No messages for you, Commander.
There is probably nothing new in Sowilio. And there's usually one anomaly planet per sector, but I do want to make sure that we're not missing anything.
Anomaly detected.
And it was good of me to go and check.
Anomaly detected.
Had a big peek here. Let's take that along. Okay, and this is sounding like a distress beacon, indeed, for the missing freighter MSV Estevanico, lost a year ago. Let's see if we can find any survivors, and if not, if we can access the main memory core in order to find out what happened. 15 degrees. Oh, that's quite cold, so that's it's below freezing in Fahrenheit. I want to say -10 thereabout. Okay, for...
Searching the wreckage would provide information about the Estevanico's final hours. Warning, disturbing the wreck could cause it to become unbalanced and fall over the cliff's edge.
So, I hope you have a good way of staying comfortable at the moment. You know, I'm not going to shoot a bloody nuke in here. But we do need to make a path over there. And I'll have a quick look around if there are any resources I can take out from it. Yeah, that's pretty much what this heavy weapon is. So, yeah. But I have to say, either the ship sustained massive amounts of damage before it crash landed, or yeah, it could have been during the crash, but there's so many things missing, like decks and other things. Just basically an empty hull at the moment. Okay. There we go. So yeah, it's basically an empty hull. Although you would expect it to be the opposite. A small weight running around destabilizing it if it's in a really precarious position. That is completely fine. And I just saw that we had ads starting. I think I will be waiting until after the ads to thank people for their patience. Doing it while it's running might result in them not getting the message. Okay. And of course we do have to go forward to the point of maximum destabilization for the ship. Lowering the center of gravity does not immediately seem... Well, it is going to reduce torque, and that is something you do want to do at this moment. Since the higher up mass is further away from the turning point, and thus has a much larger effect on it. But once destabilized, it crashes very rapidly. Not yet. I have not yet found out who Skywolf is. I sent him a friend request in Elite, which he hasn't accepted, and as such it's hard to send him a message and ask him about it. We're feeding the fish. We're going to be reading our messages. From Dr. Richard Talos, Curator, Alliance Museum of Galactic Exploration on Earth. Commander Shepard, you have our thanks for recovering the data from the MSV Estevanico. The data shows that the ship was attacked and overrun by Bloodpack mercenaries and Vulture soldiers. According to the dated records, this was the first Alliance crew to encounter the Vulture. How frightened they must have been. We are sending salvage crews now to recover whatever they can for the museum. Thank you for your dedication. There's probably not too much left over of the wreck now that it plummeted into down that cliff. It was pretty steep and already heavily damaged. Okay, that is now another sector properly prospected. And I am getting very close to about 50,000. Come on. So we have a blood pack base to destroy here. Let's go do that despite us scouring the sector already. But the less almost feral Vorcha and Krogan are running around, the better. Okay. So we are going to probably fight Krogan. So Grunt is going to be very useful. And I am going to bring Legion along to make sure to check out whether he has the rifle. I haven't given it to him for all this time. Oh well. Now we are all properly equipped. Yeah, I am happy that you have a warm blanket and all such, but it is easier to stay comfortable when it is easier to stay comfortable if the weather is not as extreme. So there is that as always, but I'm happy as always also to hear that you managed to stay nice and comfortable. I'll be taking some palladium on here. From Kalusk, I'm sending back 2 of the water you send me so that you can see what I'm dealing with out here. I suggest not to arm these moron. These piss-poor shots are more likely to blast the broadside of one of your generators than hit their intended targets. Maybe once you understand what I'm dealing with, you won't be so quick to mock me when I ask for some goddamned assistance. Written by Salamul. Yeah, and you were absolutely right. He can wield it. I just had forgotten to give it to him. You are please using your new sniper rifle. Honk. I don't have specifically a heated blanket, but I do have a stack of blankets as well. Which together with the heating can and does keep me warm enough. Yeah, the Widow has a much deeper, meatier, heavy sound than the Mantis. Although the Mantis is the second best sniper rifle. So, Kalusk, some of my Vorchas have gone missing. I need more if you expect us to get this work done on schedule. I don't care how you get them. Ask Garm for his extras. He has to have some cast-offs that are good enough for mining duty. Again by Salamul. Yeah, it has this chunk when shooting compared to the much brighter sound of the Mantis. Which for a railgun could actually mean that it is accelerated. Bloody hell. Looking around for cover and finding none because you're looking on the wrong side. Okay, luckily we do not need to start the entire mission anew. So what I was trying to say is for a railgun, which these are, it might mean that the acceleration is much more gradual, less explosive, and with more force than the Mantis. Which, for a higher slug, more recoil, all feels correct. Okay, anything to pick up here? Only some heat sinks. Tong. Tong. Okay, there is Kalusk. Big Krogan Battlemaster.
Enemy charging!
Okay. That one flanking me there was the death of me. It's hard to say. The main operating principle is the same for the weapons. You have an electromagnetic acceleration chamber, which one does through an electromagnetic coil, and the other like a coiled coil, and the other through a linear coil, which unfortunately is also called a coil. Both are feasible. The coil guns can maintain the magnetic field much more easily. In the end, though, energy expenditure is going to be the same for the both of them. Energy is energy, and there is not much that ever changed that. Further observation recommended. Do we have any notes here? I'd say no.
Shepard Commander, you are targeting up.
I have not been targeting you.
This might be useful.
And here we come out of that. One destroyed blood pack facility. Another 10% heavy weapon ammunition. I ought to have the iridium necessary to research it. Indeed, there we are. If you're in open, Desiat is always a bit of a hotspot, although I do think that with the CG... with people going to... with people that might want to go over to Felicity to improve their kestrels. That might be a good opportunity to filter out and fight the less experienced players. Don't worry about it. These things happen. Yeah, that definitely helps with that. Okay. We're actually looking really good to finish up today. That's 100%, that's 100%. Let's go over to Ilium. Yeah, absolutely fair enough. There is a good reason why the solo and private groups exist. I usually do not mind it too much, although in the CGs it becomes annoying because you might fly a suboptimal ship, and in which case, yeah, getting additional protection is going to be annoying. And if it makes you angry, then it's no need to risk it. It's a game not worth getting needlessly angry over.
All units report to ready stations for possible anti-invasion protocol. Repeat. Unidentified ship detected in orbit. All units report to ready stations for possible anti-invasion protocol. Detected in orbit.
Scans have found something.
Let's see. Mercenary activity detected inside a mining facility on the planet's surface. Facility confirmed registers to Edfeld Ashland Energy Corporation. Eclipse. Distress beacon powered down. Sensors detect multiple spacefaring vessels. Sensors detect multiple spacefaring vessel launches from facility. Okay. Let's go remove this. Yeah, there's a good... There are good reasons why ganking can be annoying. I don't mind if I am in a combat ship, but the CG is so full that you don't have... currently don't really have peace to fight on your own, so... And Omega, or Snake rather, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Monday so far. Welcome in. Thank you very much for being here. And yeah. Whether you can stay short or long, I hope you enjoy the stream. So... I still have my elemental ammunition applied. Let's have a look what Eclipse was doing here. It doesn't seem to be much over here. Thank you very much. It is appreciated. Thank you. So we had a cargo ship dock and received a large shipment of resources en route to the Dranik system. Ter Allen requested escort for the shipment, claiming pirate activity along the route. With Eclipse attacking the facility, that might not have been a bad call. Yeah. And I did enjoy your stream quite a bit yesterday. I haven't managed to play Persona 4 in a while, but it is very nice to see that the game gets some love. Okay, I forgot to reload. Okay, that was not great. Okay, that could have gone wrong, and her attacking Grunt was not a great idea. I have a door to bypass. Some canyons over here. With mining activity. Edfell Ashland is, well, primarily a energy company, also doing some mining. So the machines are still working, even despite the Eclipse attack. I'm guessing that these are automated systems. Well, in that case, good morning, and I hope that you can be looking forward to a good Monday, that work and some such are not going to be too troublesome and annoying today.
Feel the blood rage.
Yeah, the magic of time zones, where feeling how much of the day has passed is different for the people depending on where they are. Yeah, that's not good. Made it to cover.
Attacking requested target.
Okay, that is not an angle I expect bullets to be coming out of a shotgun. Those must have made a 90-degree turn. Yeah, but you do hopefully have the time to slowly wake up. And yeah, Mass Effect 2 is the best out of the trilogy, but it was a very good trilogy back in the day. For my feeling, they stumbled the most at the end, but they really did do a lot of work, and it is still really enjoyable in my opinion as well, just as a lot of older games, including Persona, Tales, the Tales series, or Supreme Commander, StarCraft for RTS games. And yeah, modern games feel less... Not all of them, but some of them just feel like less made to be fun and more to collect as much money as possible. Absolutely, Thrag, if you do want to use that, feel free to yoink it. That's why I posted it. Okay. Here is the main frame. Let me get to hacking this. I romanced Liara in the first game, and I stayed loyal to her in the second one. How shall I put it? Most of them are really good. Liara or Kaidan have the unfortunate... Not Liara. Ashley or Kaidan have the unfortunate cooldown period during the second game where they are unsure if they can still trust you or not. To a degree, a very reasonable worry, in my opinion. And it is something I've kept in mind that for the Galaxy 2 years has passed, whereas at this moment for Shepard it might have only been a month or two since awakening, reawakening into the galaxy, which then makes it hard for him to follow other people's feeling of time. Oh, she is a very nice character and a very good waifu, but for this playthrough I decided to go with my OG as well, which is Liara. But I do think that all of them, or maybe not all of them, but most of them are very well done. That's not so nice. Okay, the drone is down. And that is the armor of Vorlian as well. Okay. Don't think that there are too many more enemies about. Garrus is a very good character. He's a nice romance. Back in the day I did go through all the possible combinations. He is a very nice romance, but he's quite a complicated character, but most of that comes out in his normal talk already, and you don't need to romance him for most of it. That is fair enough. I prefer snipers quite a bit. My two favorite classes are the Infiltrator and the Soldier. Soldier because, well, you have access to a lot of... to basically all of the weapons except the SMGs, which you don't really need because the assault rifles are superior, and you have the nice time dilation skill. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a good shotgun in my opinion, but I do prefer a good sniper rifle. Okay. Vrang in that, I prefer... Okay. I much prefer heavy resistant prismatics. But if it had to be Bioweaves, I'd say optimize recharge and resistance. I need to take a look at the... I understand that, but it also means that I haven't used Bioweaves very much. Try to optimize recharge rate and resistance, I think, is going to be the best for these shields in particular. Yeah. It is seriously unfortunate, in my opinion, that
I have detected an anomaly.
More modern games do just not manage to get to back up to the quality of a Mass Effect, despite its stumbles. It should have been a jumping off point, and instead it feels that its achievements have gone ignored by at least the AAA part of the industry. Yeah, Legion is a very intricate and interesting character. As I described him, he is a glass of ocean water representing the larger Geth collective. But we are, unfortunately, well, with his good sniper rifle, he can do a lot of damage, so he is worth bringing. And I'm not going to be using heavy weapons anyway, so it doesn't matter what I bring. And what I think he does Legion does best is represent a slowly awakening, artificially sentient species. And while I do not necessarily think that that is the only way, or the... No, let me take that back. I'm not necessarily agree that that is definitely a safe way for AI. It is, in my opinion, still the safest way to do AI properly. So we have a note here: attention to all workers, stop chipping away at this node. There's nothing left here to mine. Move on to the other sites now. Again by Salamul. Rex is such a well-built character. I really love how he is this his companion purely interested in combat in the beginning, and then only by interacting with him does he open up and show that he has a lot more depth than you would expect from his first impressions. And from the impressions that Krogans first made on you in general. And while I understand wanting him back, it is very much understandable that he is busy governing a planet, and more later on. I try not to spoil, despite the... or by now, because of the game's age, I think it is old enough that people might come in who have not had opportunity to play it before. Okay, that looked like it should have hit. If the back only. Well, Rex is a grown puppy. But yeah, I do think that if for the most case you are not wrong. Big grown puppies. Garrus, I do also like his evolving over the story. Quick note here. Attention all workers, fall back now. Evacuation shuttles are on the way. Anyone not at the gathering site when the shuttles arrive will be left with those damned bugs. Yeah. With a shotgun that would have been less of an issue, but as an infiltrator I am more limited in my weapon choices. But there have been plenty of missions where I felt very happy to have the sniper rifle over a shotgun. But again, personal tastes is absolutely a thing here. And they have a ton of health. Okay. I think... Okay. Grunt, I wanted you to take the front lines and he's just running away. Okay. Another data pad. I can't get any more Vulture from Omega. Garm has its own problems. You're going to have to man up and deal with this on your own. Maybe build a beacon path. I bet those damned Vulture are just wandering off into the fog and getting lost. Are you playing Charge Vanguard? I think it was the Vanguards to have the charge attack. Some raw material, if I can find it again. Shotguns, yeah, you can do a lot, or you have to do a lot close up. And I do agree that the pistols are really nice. Both for my usual builds at a distance and also, though, I can imagine close up. And SMGs are a lot more disappointing. I think, well, I understand their inclusion as a category. They wanted to broaden the fire capability of the less combat inclined classes compared to Mass Effect 1, while making them feel less generic, carrying all of the weapons about. I do think that SMGs work the least well among the weapon categories. The other four, I feel, personally work very well together. The SMGs they feel lacking. Okay, we have some Vorcha here. Of course, there is no cover. Luckily, I managed to hit the rocket launcher Vorcha there. And I took the wrong path. Possibly, I don't quite remember. We'll see when later this year I'll start Mass Effect 3. No, I came from this node. And just like the Vorcha, I got lost in the fog. Unlike Vorchas, though, I think I managed to catch myself before getting terribly, terribly lost. I prefer the assault rifle over the SMGs as well. And they reintroduce one of my favorite assault rifles in... Well, it's a bit more complicated. And I think I'll explain it when I get there, because, as I said, I do not want to spoiler the trilogy. And Salamul is quite threatening close up with his shotgun, with his claymore. Luckily, I can make myself invisible. In general, in games, I do prefer being at a distance. Okay, there's another trooper there. Okay, this defense seems to have crumbled, despite their assistance from the insects. Let's have a look here and do this decoding. Are we shutting it down in general? That might have been a self-destruct sequence. Although that is wrong. I don't know what the Elusive Man was smoking for this summary. Encountered unclassified hostile alien species. We encountered them before during Grunt's trial. And they were then named as the Clixon. Another heavy weapon upgrade. And a few more credits. I should be scratching 500,000 credits in Mass Effect now. I almost forgot. Let's get to our cabin. Feed the fish. I don't think we got a new message, and there are a few more. So all of these missions so far go unnoticed by the larger galaxy. One thing that, now that I think about it, Mass Effect is not going to have that much of an issue is forcing space battles. In very many sci-fi universes, it feels hard to be able to have a good reason as to why two forces will be doing battle. For if you can run away as freely as you can in most sci-fi universes, then you would not want to fight superior forces if your forces are inferior to them. Well, already passed by a good margin here. Which Mass Effect is not going to have a problem with because of the relays. They do form choke points in sectors, and as such are more naturally a focus point for battles where you can force a fleet to stand and fight. But we are not looking at a mainly internal war, we are looking at an external threat, so it is also, from that perspective, not as much an issue. Although, thinking about some comparisons now, we were talking about Elite Dangerous earlier, the control of the shuttles and ships in Mass Effect seems very inefficient. I'm pretty sure Joker would be a much better pilot had he access to either HOTAS, so throttle and stick, or HOSAS, stick and stick to pilot the Normandy with. From the design, I'd say, and the fact that we see it flying more closely to modern day fighters than spaceships with a lot of side thrusters, a throttle might be better in this case, but both would be infinitely better than the haptic holographic interfaces they are using.
Clan Erdnot has adopted surviving members of Clan Werlock, mostly women and children.
One of the children, probably 5 years from the right. Looks like Urs
Okay.
found someone to follow around.
Let us...
My name is Ratch. Have a look at what I've got.
I should go.
Suit yourself.
I have a mission I still have to... I have a mission here I still want to hand in.
My scout made it back. We've got him at the tent. Doesn't remember much beyond getting tortured, but he remembers you. Said you yelled at him until he got his hump out of that base and back here. You've got a quad, human. Thanks for saving my scout. Saves me having to train another one.
Talk to you later. Don't your storehouses...
Why bother? We've got weapons stockpiles to take care of. Beyond that, our
Thanks for the
don't
information.
know about the rest of your species, but you're good in my books, human.
Okay, let me have a look here. Tuchanka missing scout. Tuchanka killing Pyjak. Return to merchant. Didn't I return to him just about now? Welcome back. I'm trying to hand in a mission here on Tuchanka.
Looks like Urs finally found someone seeing those vermin roasting in the heat from an
There we go.
shell. I swear it was glorious.
It was a lot of fun.
Help yourself to more. There's no shortage of pie jocks out there if you get a craving for violence. I'll give you a discount at my store. Anything you want, you buy at cost.
I should go.
Suit yourself.
So we have now some more defenses here. I might have wanted that particular armor piece already a while back.
Good.
And here we have a very good Varen.
Stay.
And he is very well trained as well. We have something to talk with Legion about here.
The Krogan chose to bomb their own world into this condition. The creators were not so aggressive during the Morning War.
I don't expect a machine to understand. Or any alien.
We stated historical facts. Perspective cannot alter them.
That is very true. There was a second shop on here, and I do want to take a look at... here we are. So, yeah, Varen are, like, cute to a degree, because they are a lot more aggressive than even our wolves. Yeah, I do have the money for all of this. But this particular Varen is very well trained, and as such, a really good boy. In the wild and left to their own devices, they make for very poor pets, unfortunately. Yeah, to a certain degree there are a good number, there are a few rules about it. Big head, big eyes, and the Varen have very big eyes. And as such, they immediately get some cute points for cuteness. They look similar to dogs, get another few points, and then they are cute. Which is, yeah, I mean, wolves and the dogs that came from them, they are very good and very proficient predators. but they make for very good boys for humans. Equal with cats, they are also very very good and proficient predators. And yes, Varren are good boys, and big puppies keeping smaller puppies to keep your comparison, yeah. Yeah, Dodogama indeed looks cute for the opposite reason, big head, which also has the cute reflex. He was one of the monsters in Wilds I almost felt a little bit bad about hunting.
Launching probe.
I think our tastes do not quite align there. I don't find them so nice, but maybe I'm focusing on the wrong aspects of them. Dodogama is definitely a derpy, chubby boy. Okay, not an anomaly here. And that is what I'm currently looking for. Probably in that form, he is going to be looking cuter. He's a baby... bloody hell, I'm misclicking getting out of here all the time. Sorry about that. A baby Nibblesnarf is probably... Well, I think he's going to be either very, very cute, or he is going to be weird looking. I hope that they go for cute. Not an anomaly, but a few more resources immediately at the first spot I am scanning at. And Vard also does not have another... Yeah, and Vard also does not have another anomaly hotspot. Yes, I can imagine that baby Nibbles do have a larger head. It is the one thing that requires the most effort to grow, and thus starting early is a good idea. Although I will be honest, I am applying mammal logic to something that is definitely not a mammal. And it looks like I managed to go through all of the systems except one. And completed them all. Okay. I'll do two more things. I did promise something in the very beginning. Yeah, somebody got terribly overly motivated. It's all Imperial forces and as such allied, so they shouldn't. But somebody got overly aggressive there. Nibble as a reptile has a very big head and tiny eyes, which, if you look at crocodilians, is not all that unusual. They also have big head, tiny eyes.
Really, Commander?
We got one of her reactions here. I did not give you enough time to listen. So what she said is, "Really, Commander?" as I'm probing Uranus here.
Probing Uranus.
And she said it the American way, probing Uranus.
Launching probe.
And now we have finished that little Easter egg. She only says something for the first 2 probes launched, and now we fly into the Viper Nebula to rescue Dr. Kenson. So, I'll be taking stock of the system, just to have an idea what is of all the planets here. Well, we do not want to risk anything big, but I do find it a very fun Easter egg. They include it here, and okay. I hope this is 100%. Plot mass relay. And yes, I am not going to be reusing any of the probes. Sorry, I did misread that. There. Stay, anybody, just stay as long as you are comfortable with your time for. I am happy to hear that you do have a little bit more time and that you want to spend that time in my stream. Well, that is correct. It was made as the discussion was going on. With the delay of game development, the decisions was probably taken beforehand. But the added clarity, I think, added by that split is not unimportant, I think, and the more we learned, the more Pluto didn't fit as a planet into the solar system, because we now know of, I think, at least a dozen or so bodies out there in a similar orbit as Pluto and Charon. But they took the decision beforehand, and I am not begrudging them for it. It still works in a way. Not just in a way. It still works, and as such, I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, and them not having Voyager 1 was twice so far a missed opportunity, but I do not quite 100% remember, but I do have the thought currently that that Voyagers were recovered and are now showcased in a museum, and as such, you would not be able to find them in their old trajectories anymore. It's been a year since I visited... I think it's been a year since I visited the Voyager probes. Yeah. Depending on how early I finish today, it might be a trip worth doing to visit them. So I've cut some power cables here. 3 shots for this Varin, even though it is not labeled as such. But in Elite, the people decided that they wanted to have the probes remain on their trajectories as a reminder of their efforts for space travel beforehand. Getting your permit should be easy with the CG. If you take the reputational rewards, you'll be able to pretty easily level up the federal reputation and get your permit. Okay. They detected me once, and it seems like I do have to take the way around. Well, luckily that works. But yeah, it's one way. You always have to do the missions, of course, to get the rank up finalized, but it's only rank 4 to visit Sol, so that should work out quickly. Okay, where does this lead? Do both lead to the prison, or does only one lead to the prison?
Can they even do that? What difference does it make? We caught them.
Yeah, they are talking about slamming an asteroid into a mass relay. That doesn't sound like it's going to be very safe. Probably going to result in relay destruction.
Interrogating your humans a waste of time. There's the prisoner!
And that is 2 guards down. That's a cut relay. Let's see. There's some junk about here. This is probably a guard station. Or something, some similar. And there is basically only trinkets so far that I've been able to find. And it seems I have not done a great infiltrator job, or I did not need to kill those 2 Batarians. He did have the correct reflex of just shooting me.
We have to make this one an example to the others. We can't respond kindly to terrorists.
Quite understandable. Yeah, no, I'm not a prisoner. I'm from the outside. Missed 4 shots there. So let's collect some more ammunition here, and there's a log.
47 days straight without time off, and now there's humans in the prison below. I can't get a break. There's 300,000 people in this colony. You'd think someone could cover for me one night. There's a shuttle incoming. Clear the hangar bay.
Okay, that seems to be a Batarian shuttle, though. Well, apparently that is what Dr. Kenson did find. So, the only thing we haven't done according to their expectations, is put flags all over it. Let's lower that down. And then step down here. Let's just send that back. Not only that we can get these things, but also we are an infiltrator, and that we have already killed two guards. No, bloody hell. I wanted to sprint, not to push that button. That doesn't sound good. Although the Batarians might not be clear on what frenzied rambling is. But it could also be a sign for something worse. Yeah, and that is something. I do not think that torture is a great way to extract information. Treating your prisoners kindly and allowing them to talk amongst each other is a much better way to get information, especially if they think they're not being listened to all the time. And that is something I feel is not exactly up to par with Batarians, although I know more than enough I know that more than enough humans would have enjoyed doing torture as well.
Who are you? What are you
And as such, it's not a Batarian-only response.
Commander Shepard, I'd heard you were alive. Hackett must have received my message.
Yes, Hackett did.
We're not safe here. Can you walk?
I'm fine. Just give me a moment.
We have to go. Now.
If we can find a console, I can hack security. Make us an escape path.
Then
we'll find them. Go.
Ready.
I might not agree with her there, but she was being tortured by them. As such, that anger is understandable. And with that, you have locked up an entire sector. So many logs just do not think about requesting an access code, and then you'll be fine. I cannot access the squad menu at the moment. I was hoping to give her... to check if I can get her more skills or get her strengthen some skills, but I have to take with what she's learned. So far, so good. And here is the security console.
They know we're here. Keep them off me while I hack us a way out.
Suppress the teams to cell block. Now.
Please do so.
We need to close the door we came in through. Keep them out. They're coming through that door in the back. Lock it down.
Can I? Oh, bloody hell. Okay, that didn't work out. Let's try that again.
They know we're here. Keep them off me while I hack us a way out.
Suppress the teams to cell block. Now.
Okay, so we do have the first round coming from here. Okay. Bloody hell, I didn't reload.
We need to close the door we came in through. Keep them out. They're coming through that door in the back. Lock it down. They're coming up from below.
Okay, I don't think I can keep more of them out. I think there is another door I can close per se, but not knowing that I can't be flanked from that direction is already very helpful.
All doors to the hangar. Still need more time.
Getting flashbang now. Luckily, not too bad as it was. Well, as it was behind me. Now that I think about it, that should have flashed me the worst.
More enemies on the elevators.
Well, that's another one down.
There's an elevator that leads up to the hangar. I'll bring it down to us. Almost done.
And that is this group taken care of. Let me pause quickly and close the window. The street sweeping machine is coming. And we do not need that ruckus at the moment. There we go. That's another badly hurt prison guard.
That did it. Let's move.
And with that, we managed to keep her at full health. It's gone up to 17-20 degrees.
Oh, one last thing.
Nice to hear.
Those are hard locked. We'll have to get those open the old-fashioned way.
I hope that means you're even more comfortable than before. If you have more time and material, you can continue on, but it is one of the nice things about Felicity that she is able to do the experimentals for quite a lot of different modules. If you can find the time, I'd suggest upgrading the power distributor next. Okay. That's another guard down, and that is going to be another guard down. And that has opened the second door. Let's take along the heat sinks from the Batarians here and check out the so-called evidence that she has found. If time is the limiting factor, that's completely fine. It was a suggestion, and you'll have more time later on. It's not going to be impossible to do it later. It was just, yeah, it was a suggestion. And I'm pretty sure that was properly conveyed.
Don't take kindly to humans who plan to destroy their mass relays.
But I do sometimes, I do want to make sure sometimes.
Half the story. My people and I were here investigating rumors of Reaper technology out in the fringes of this system.
I guess you found something.
We found proof that the Reapers will be arriving in this system. When they get here, they'll use its mass relay to travel throughout the galaxy. We call it the Alpha Relay. From here, the Reapers can invade anywhere in the galaxy.
So you decided to destroy it?
Exactly. Doing that would stop the Reapers' invasion. Even at FTL speeds, it'd be months or years before they got to the next relay. We came up with what we just called the Project. A plan to launch a nearby asteroid into the relay and destroy it before the Reapers could arrive.
Absolutely. As I said, I hope that work is going to be fine without too many issues and bothers, and that as such you will be able to have a good Monday. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the other for another gifted, and I hope, yeah, you're going to be enjoying the rest of your Monday. So, she did admit to wanting to destroy the relay. That would then indeed be catastrophic and kill the system. See you, Reich. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And that is something that is going to get them labeled as terrorists.
Why do you think destroying the mass relay would destroy the entire system?
Mass relays are the most powerful Mass Effect engines in the known galaxy. The energy released from a relay's destruction would probably resemble a supernova. This is a remote system, but just over 300,000 Batarians live on the colony where they held us. The explosion would undoubtedly kill them all.
Or they at least would be stranded away from mainstream Batarian society, but I doubt that a small colony as this has enough ships to be able to evacuate the entire colony. So, the consequences of the relay destruction are clear. 300,000 Batarians will die if I do this.
Plan to launch an asteroid into a mass relay.
Moving an asteroid just requires thrust and guidance, which are readily available in Omega's salvage yards. Get the right amount of power and a good VI to drive it, and you can pretty much just point and shoot.
Well, it is going to be more complicated than that, because anything sublight is going to remain bound to Newton's laws, and orbital mechanics are terribly counterintuitive to people who have not worked with them a lot.
I've always heard that mass relays are indestructible.
I've heard that too, but I think it's more that nobody's willing to find out what happens when one is destroyed. And, well, we plan to slam a small planet into the thing at very high speed. By our calculations, that's more than enough.
Well, let's see if it is more than enough.
Is the project still operational?
I imagine it is. We were one button press away from launch when the Batarians arrested me.
And your arrest?
We've been smuggling Starship parts from Omega. Thrusters, guidance, and aftermarket ESO core. The Batarians thought that looked suspicious. A few days ago, I took a few of the men on a scouting trip, and the Batarians pounced on us. They never found our actual base.
Fair enough, but I will need more proof.
I still don't see how you learned about this supposed invasion.
The evidence came from what we call Object Rho, a Reaper artifact we discovered among the asteroids near the relay itself. When we get back to Arcturus Station, I'll explain everything and provide copies of all our notes on the artifact.
Let's ask a few questions.
What is a Reaper artifact doing on an asteroid?
We don't know, or even what its purpose is. Some things are just too old or large to comprehend. Even a Reaper thousands of years dead contains power. Their artifacts are worthy of study, regardless of their purpose.
That is not wrong. That idea is not necessarily wrong, let's put it like that. But these artifacts are also terribly dangerous, as they probably will be able to indoctrinate anybody nearby, even if that is not their main purpose. That seems to be something that has been added as a sub-feature to all Reaper artifacts, no matter how mundane they might seem.
How exactly does a Reaper artifact give you proof of an impending invasion?
It showed me visions of the Reaper's arrival. Much like your Prothean beacon, I imagine. The Reapers are coming, Commander. That much I know for certain.
And she is not wrong, we know that for certain as well.
If you're working near a Reaper artifact, how have you avoided indoctrination?
We've been very careful. We know what we're dealing with. You're not speaking to a child, Shepard. I saw what Sovereign did at the Citadel. Trust me, I know what's at stake.
And that might be the worst thing. She knows what is at stake.
The stakes are too high. If you were willing to destroy a whole system over this, I want to see your proof.
I guess I can't argue with that. Give me a moment. Kenson to Project Base.
Good to hear your voice, Doctor. You coming home?
Affirmative. And I've got Commander Shepard with me.
Shepard? Really?
Tidy up the lab. The Commander needs to confirm the artifact.
Right. I'll get everything set up for your arrival. Project Base out.
All
That
set.
seems
Just
normal
sit back and
enough.
relax. We'll be there in no time.
So, at superluminous speeds, of course, this is possible to do quickly. The asteroid has some slight spin. That is always going to be a bother when you're trying to power it.
Here we are. Welcome to Project Base.
What's this?
That's our countdown to arrival. When that gets to 0, the Reapers will have come. Just over 2 days and counting. Puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah, and my first thought is, sure that's
How
correct?
do you know that's an accurate countdown?
It is. The artifact has been giving off pulses at definite intervals since we found it. The intervals have been decreasing at a steady rate. The artifact is reacting to the Reaper's proximity. In just over 48 hours, the pulses will become constant, and the Reapers will be here.
Well, if the pulses have been decreasing... Well, I think she meant to say decreasing time between them. And we can stare at this now for a long time, but I don't think we should.
You're saying the Reapers could be at Earth in 2 days? There's no time to waste.
Then let's show you that proof. That door exits the hangar. The artifact is in our central lab area. Go through the door at the end of that corridor to your left.
Well, she is also accompanying me.
So what would it take to get the project back up and running?
Everything was in place when we were arrested. It wasn't a question of could we, but should we.
What alternative do we have?
The Reapers will reach this system regardless. But the Alpha Relay is their shortcut to the rest of the galaxy. If you want to keep the Reapers at bay, this relay must be destroyed.
Yeah, but first, having proof that this is actually going to be the case is not unimportant.
We have to get the project running again. It's probably the only chance we have.
One sec. Let me get the door.
Object row.
I give you object row.
You have the Reaper artifact just sitting here? Out in the open?
When we found it, it showed me a vision of the Reaper's arrival.
Kenson, this is not good.
Give it a moment, Shepard. It'll give you the proof you need.
Yup, that's a vision, all right.
I can't let you start the project, Shepard. I can't let you stop the arrival. Take him down!
Okay. That should have been a hit. But fair enough, it might not have been quite wanted to. Okay, I have nobody behind me currently.
Don't make this difficult, Shepard.
Do not resist. Give yourself over and be spared.
I mean, Harbinger can go where the sun don't shine. I am not going to stop resisting. Dang it, I wanted to keep fighting a little bit longer here.
Take him to the med bay and patch him up. We want Shepard alive.
Yeah, and she seems very much controlled by an old friend.
Like Shepard was waking up a moment ago. But it could be a glitch in the system.
But yeah.
No glitch. The sedatives aren't working. Security!
Somebody is looking smug there. Okay. Why I'm getting...
The project is almost complete. I thought I'd feel a sense of accomplishment, but instead, I feel dread. I can't help but think we're doing something terrible.
Well, to a certain degree, it is doing something terrible. Luckily, I can activate more than one mech. But if possible, I do want to... Dang it. That's a second mech down. And I'm getting shown no sign of how close I am. But
Shepard has been sedated constantly for 2 days now. We've had to increase each dosage. It seemed like Shepard was waking up a moment ago, but it could be a glitch in the system. No glitch. The sedatives aren't working.
yeah, indeed, I have woken up. She's having nightmares. Let's switch this out to something more usable. And no failures this time. I've been lying 2 days here. Who knows how indoctrinated I've become since then. So far, Shepard has not been spending much time around Reaper artifacts and so on.
I can hear it. Whispers in the back of my mind. I can't tell what they're saying. I spoke to Dr. Kenson about it and she seemed to understand. What the hell is going on?
You are getting indoctrinated. So, not a good sight. And with 2 hours left, I should be able to finish in the meantime. They are really well armed. For a small secret base. But I also seem to be Had a big oops moment for somebody else again. It's probably going to be some mechs that activate. Or not. Let's take some of the pieces to get some money. That's a barricade. With how makeshift it looks, it's hard to say whether that was erected for me now or whether that was from before. Okay, nothing here. So let's move on. That's another long corridor. And I'm looking about if I have something to drink and still have something in the glass. That is not going to help you. Without object row and the space you had around that bloody thing, you're not going to win against me. Well, if I just disappear, you might want to keep shooting at that spot. Get some money. I can't open this door. As such, we have to go this way. That is Coke indeed. I have 2 glasses. I have a water glass which is empty and Coke. Coca-Cola to be precise. Although that's not an advertisement. You drink whatever you like best. But for curiosity, yeah, it's Coke. In the US, maybe. I don't think they are changing the recipe much between shops and McDonald's in Europe. And then also for Europe there is the thing about the recipe, because we're using it. They are using a different recipe here than they are doing in the States. Come on. There's a flash bomb.
You won't get through here, Shepard.
Somebody behind me? Okay, that sounded weird. That sounded like somebody was standing behind me. That's another research log.
The longer we're here, the more I'm convinced that the project must be stopped. We simply don't know enough about what the Reapers want. It's foolish to assume that the Reapers mean doom for the galaxy. Legends say they've come through before, and yet life continues, doesn't it?
It does, but life continues, not the previously existing species. And from the first game. We know that they consider us pretty much weeds. Sovereign was saying so. That they give order to the chaos of organic life. Just as you might weed a... As you may weed weed. They are curating a garden in which organic life is allowed to exist and thrive to a certain extent, but not as it naturally would. I'm not sure if that hit. I do not mind that delayed explosion for that pyro. Yeah, losing contact with me is... ought to be a very good reason for you to go to ground, get to cover. But if you do go to cover, do so properly.
Taking fire.
Okay. There's been some heat sinks lying about here. And now we have to make a decision. So, according to the countdown, 1 hour 45 minutes. So we have a bit of time to think and talk. So, on one hand, we have received proof that the Reapers will be arriving in the system. We've had the explanation that the relay is going to allow them to spread throughout the entire galaxy at once. Basically their main plan, but version B of it, I'd be guessing. And if we activate it, we will be quite probably killing about 300,000, let's say upper limit 400,000 Batarians. In 2 hours, or in 1 hour 45 minutes, there is not enough time to evacuate them, especially since the asteroid is going to need much less time to get to the target. And once it slams into it, it's going to trigger the breakage of the relay and an explosion so massive that it rivals a supernova, like killing everybody in the system basically instantly. Why do I say basically? Because there'll be a shockwave traveling at about 98% the speed of light, and when that arrives, you are dead. At the distances we are talking about, that is not going to be much time. There's not going to be a big time difference between the light and the killing aspect to arrive, and if it is similar in gamma radiation as a supernova, then we don't need to worry about it at all. As soon as the light shock wave arrives, or like light shock wave, because it's not a compression, as soon as that wave then arrives and sweeps over the planet, everybody will be dead instantly. So they are going to probably realize something is happening. There is faster than light communications and sensors. But if the people responsible were just okay, we're dead, we're not doing anything, and we don't want any panic, they could allow everybody to die in peace. So, but there is that aspect, what if we're wrong? And is it worth taking the risk in being wrong? Well, let me take a save here at about 1 hour 43 minutes. And this is something I'll record probably overnight, if I'm honest, and put the results on YouTube should we decide not to restart the project. If they did it right, we should see the consequences. We should be able to see the consequences of both. But that is so far only hypothetical, and we do not know for sure. But from what we have seen, can we take the risk being wrong? I do not like the argument that the means, that the ends justify the means, or that the a smaller evil is better than a smaller evil to prevent a bigger evil. I do think that these arguments are, to a degree, flawed. In this case, though, what do we have? We have the death of, as I said, let's take the largest possible number, 400,000 Batarians. Wouldn't matter if they were human. 400,000 sentients vis-a-vis the hundreds of billions, I want to say, throughout the galaxy. Is it sure that the sacrifice is going to be worth it? Well, according to Kenson, it's going to take a month or a few or a year or so for the Reapers to reach the nearest relay from here. But we also denied them this system as a resting spot, and we have denied them the Batarian victims. The Batarians are still going to be the first ones to be hit and all of that, and that is going to be horrible. But this is pretty remote. And all of that for the chance of survival of a civilization numbering a few 100 billion. Or maybe 100 billion about is more correct. It is actually, in this case, it is quite ruthless. You do have to do the calculus. We sacrifice up to 400,000 individuals to give all the rest a chance at survival. That is how, from our perspective, that is where we stand. And I am of the opinion that not pushing the button in this case is the wrong thing to do. So,
Welcome to Project Control.
I want to activate the project.
Warning. Activating the project will result in an estimated 305,000 casualties. Do you wish to continue?
okay, there we have a much better estimation of the number of Batarians in the system. But, as I explained, we do not have a choice, and this is the correct choice. This sacrifice is a necessary one, even if it's only a chance at survival for the rest of the Galactic Society. Because it also means that the Batarian survivors, those that can flee, also now have hope at survival. And here I am going to do... Well, I am going to try and give them a chance. That at least I can say I didn't intend to abandon them.
Alert. All colonists living in the Bahak system. This is...
Shepard, no! Do you have any idea what you've done? You leave me no choice. If we can't stop this asteroid, it must be destroyed.
Tell me where to find Dr. Amanda Kenson.
Dr. Kenson is traveling to the reactor core module. An EZO-core meltdown should do it. Because of you, everyone on this rock will be obliterated.
Not if I get to you first.
Hey. Okay, trying to do the correct thing. Getting interrupted by misindoctrinated. It's weird that these med stations are indeed empty. Not this way, not this way. Ah, there it is. Reactor module. I need to go this way. Save and load. So up to here, progress is now saved.
Don't try to stop me, Shepard. I have to do this.
I will stop you.
Stop now, Kenson. Hackett's friend or not, I will kill you.
You're forcing my hand, Shepard. You know that. There is no escape. There's no redemption for what you've done. I will die, never having seen the Reaper's blessings, and you will just die.
Damn it, Kenson.
So, badly indoctrinated.
We've been spotted.
Okay, that did have no effect on them. Oh no, that's not correct. It did have an effect. That's a stumble. Oh, you had more health than I thought you had. Okay. I already managed to get out here. There's still some refined EZO. Happy to be taking that along. Resource number go up. It's a similar feeling to Monster Hunter, where having 1,000 honey is a bit overkill, but feels safe to have.
There's Shepard. Burn, Shepard. They're off my screen.
Well, I hope you have eyes. And not just a screen. Oh, bloody hell. And this is nothing personal. You are indoctrinated, and that is unfortunate.
How do I stabilize the reactor core?
All automatic safety protocols have been overridden. To stabilize the reactor core, manually insert cooling rod A from this control station. Manually insert cooling rod B from control station B. Doing so will stabilize the reactor core. Cooling rod A reinsert. Reactor cooling process has begun.
And this reactor is built tough enough. So far, correct reactions. Shoot me on sight. But even then, they do not have enough. They don't have enough power, so to say, to really get to me. And I do have the better reaction times. Okay, that is not a bad thing. I hope he explodes. And this door is now open.
Shepard is in the maintenance area. Go.
Yeah, I am in the maintenance area. Unfortunately, your troops are not... They are currently not 100% willing to risk too much. I think this is, despite the indoctrination, the fact that the Reapers actually fear me. For what reason I am unsure, but it may be that I cannot be, for whatever reason, be indoctrinated. And as such, I am a factor that is risking everything because I'm an uncontrolled factor in their invasion plan. Somebody who, through the chaos of biology, cannot be influenced by their techniques. Although that does sound weird. Are you kidding me? At least this guy had the correct reflex. Few more credits. That's a complete miss. And that was a strong penetrating shot. I know that there is an engineer back there.
Reactor temperature approaching critical. Need help, Clark.
I still do need to hurry a little. Okay, so far looking good. At least we have partial cooling. And we have complete cooling now. Restabilizing the reactor core.
Cooling on B may
Yes, yes, I will try to stop you.
Step away from the reactor.
You've ruined everything. I can't hear the whispers anymore.
Turn around. Now!
You've taken them away from me. I will never see the Reaper's arrival. All you had to do was stay asleep. None of this had to happen.
Okay, the core hopefully survived that blast.
Warning, collision imminent. 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 Warning, collision imminent.
Joker, this is Shepard. I need a pickup. Now.
Communication system damaged.
Damn it.
Evacuation protocols in effect. All personnel report to escape shuttles.
Where can I find an escape shuttle?
Take the lift from this room to the external access. From there, proceed to the communications tower. The remaining escape shuttles will be located on the tower's landing pad.
I have to get to that
And I
tower
got-
take a shuttle. It's my only chance.
Okay, will I still be getting fought a lot here? I may be. Let's see.
This is valuable.
Another heavy skin weave, some more palladium. More monies. And we have to get out of here. Yeah, what is recommended, what people want to do may be completely different. And you, AVI, well, if you were programmed like that, can't really complain about it now, can I? There is more resistance. Pop. Okay. Too aggressive, but I did not want him to escape too far. Stop fucking with mouse sensitivity. And welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience with and during them. As always, it is very much appreciated. And yeah, I'm sorry for doing this after the ads and forgetting once again from time to time. But even if I forget, I do want you to know that I am thankful for your patience with those ads. Okay, I do need to regen here. Okay. If that had gone wrong, that would have been bad. Yeah, we have a big relay coming in there.
External comm channel open.
Shepard to Normandy. Joker, do you read me?
Shepard, you have become an annoyance. You fight against inevitability, dust struggling against cosmic winds. This seems a victory to you. A star system sacrificed. But even now, your greatest civilizations are doomed to fall. Your leaders will beg to serve us.
And we will not go quietly in through the eternal night.
You're right. Maybe we can't win this. But we'll fight you regardless. Just like we did Sovereign. Just like I'm doing now. However insignificant we might be. We will fight, we will sacrifice, and we will find a way. That's what humans do.
Know this as you die in vain. Your time will come. Your species will fall. Prepare yourselves for the arrival.
So, somebody's confident. Not unreasonably so. And another moment where we are relying on Joker.
Get us out of here, Joker.
Joker not answering, he is concentrating. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds to spare. That's a close call. Especially since the energy concentrated in there is indeed shooting out with the force of a supernova. And now what we can hope is that the colony, anybody living there, died without being aware of what is going to happen. And maybe it traveled superluminally, and so they didn't even manage to get a superluminal warning, so to say, for that engulfed the system in seconds.
Looks like you've recovered.
Admiral Hackett.
Sounds like you went through hell down there. How are you feeling?
Fine. No more visions, if that's what you mean. I wasn't expecting to see you here.
You went out there as a favor to me. I decided to debrief you in person. That was before the mass relay exploded and destroyed an entire Batarian system. What the hell happened out there, Commander?
What have you heard?
Have you received any intel about what happened?
All I know is I sent you out there to break Amanda Kenson out of prison. And now an entire system is destroyed. I hope you could fill in the leap of logic between those two events.
Well, I can. And he probably has the report, but I'm going to give it in person anyway.
I confirmed Dr. Kenson's proof. The Reapers were coming, and destroying that relay was the only way to stop them. Kenson sedated me for almost 2 days. I started the engines with little more than an hour left. I tried to warn the Batarian colony, but time ran out.
The Batarians report no survivors from Aratat. At least you tried. And you believe the Reaper invasion really was a threat?
No doubt about it. We literally had minutes to spare.
I'm sure all the details are in your report. I won't lie to you, Shepard. The Batarians will want blood, and there's just enough evidence for a witch hunt. And we don't want war with the Batarians. Not with the Reapers at the galaxy's edge.
What are you saying?
You did what you did for the best of reasons, but there were more than 300,000 Batarians in that system. All dead.
Yeah.
They died to save trillions of
Okay,
lives.
trillions.
If I could have saved them, you bet your ass I would have.
You're preaching to the choir, Commander. If it were up to me, I'd give you a damn medal. Unfortunately, not everyone will see it that way.
So what do you suggest?
Evidence against you is shoddy at best. But at some point, you'll have to go to Earth and face the music. I can't stop it, but I can and will make them fight for it.
Let's ask a few questions.
I didn't expect to see you aboard a Cerberus vessel.
I don't like Cerberus or the way they do things, but they brought you back to life, and they're actually doing something about the state of the galaxy. Besides, I'm not so sure this is a Cerberus ship anymore. Right?
Quite right.
Is the Alliance concerned about the Batarians' response to this incident?
Very. The Batarians have been looking for an excuse to wage war on us since we showed up in the galaxy. If the Reapers invade, we need the galaxy to work together. If we're at war with the Batarians, the other races will be hesitant to give aid to either side.
That is true.
Is the Alliance prepared for a Reaper invasion?
That's hard to say. It took multiple fleets and the Destiny Ascension to bring Sovereign down, and that was just one Reaper. If the Reapers come in force, we're just not ready.
But I will go to Earth and turn myself in.
I'll gladly stand trial once this mission is done.
Glad to see working with Cerberus hasn't stripped away your sense of honor. Do whatever you have to do out here. But when Earth calls, you make sure you're there with your dress blues on, ready to take the hit. In the meantime, you keep this. I don't need to see a report to know you did the right thing.
Yes, sir.
You've done a hell of a thing, Commander.
In a few ways, yes. So, destroying the Alpha Relay, ending the Reaper invasion. Well, not ending it, unfortunately. But we have everything destroyed. We can improve our health a little bit. We get some more credits. Although we're not getting much of Cerberus funding anymore. Sorry, unsurprisingly. I'll be getting the research in. And I'll go feed the fish. There's one last sector we have to take a look at. No new messages. Yeah, no, those 5% are not as good as the 10% startup delay reduction. And this put us on into Sol. Fair enough. That might be where Hackett was at that time. And now we only have the Minos wastes, and then we'll probably have done all of the missions here. Have a quick look at the journal. But I don't think...
I have detected an anomaly.
Well, a universal distress signal. Surface scan report potential alien signatures from within the mining facility and anomalous life forms detected. Okay, let's clear out this oopsie. Let's bring Grunt and Legion. So it is warming up, and it is cool. While still cool in your apartment, I hope that you'll be fine. And we have to fight bloody husks here. No, like this. I did want for Legion to take his sniper rifle. Grunt should keep his shotgun running. If you're reading this, get the hell out of this place now. So I'm guessing they found something and got indoctrinated again. I hope I can find some ammunition about here. But this might be the only mining colony out here. That did not have a million weapons. There are some. Happy to see them. I mean, come on. Here we go. 11 more shots in the rifle. Some more iridium. I think we had some palladium beforehand. There is some more ammunition. The explosive boys are annoying. And we have some logs here. Smithson's men dug out some kind of alien machine today, like nothing I ever saw. Called up some of my contacts and found out there's a market for this kind of thing. Looks like some squints over at Lana's Risk Control are willing to part with a ton of credits to get their hands on one of these things. Far be it from me to deny them a chance to pay me.
Mal Shepard is now following.
Thank you very much for the follow, Mal Shepard. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Monday so far. So, Cooper and Jorgensen say that they saw that damned alien thing glowing, and hell if I'm going near it to prove them wrong. I don't get paid enough to expose myself to weird alien artifacts. I have to admit though, that's an awful pretty sound coming from that back room. Okay, something Reaper related. They are getting indoctrinated, that's for sure. Cooper, Jorgensen and them aren't doing so well. Not feeling so good myself either. Staying near the machine, feel better. Not sure I want to let them Alanis folk take it. Think it should stay right here with us. And apparently it did stay with them. I came from over there. Get some more ammunition. And I do think destroying it sounds like a very good idea. I am basically finished with Mass Effect 2. I just finished Arrival, and this is the last tour of through a sector, and then I'll be done with all of the missions. Or probably be done with all of the missions. Ah, bloody hell. Being an infiltrator is not so nice on the highest difficulty. Because I do need the heft of the sniper rifle in order to be able to kill them in a single shot. A heavy pistol just isn't strong enough. Can I do... that's not going to be working, is it? Let's leave the credits. This machine needs to be destroyed. No, I've played the game quite a few times when I was... when it came out. 2010, I think, for this one. 2009, 2010 for 2, and 12 was 3, I'm pretty sure of that. So yeah, leaving a few credits, but I am not a poor Shepard at the moment, nor do I need more. Ooh, okay, that just reminds me. I was gone for a long time, but the fish are luckily still alive. Good. Let me get back to a decent outfit. Maybe weird, but I do prefer the Alliance uniforms. I like wearing the dress blues, even though it is completely overkill. Well, it starts with the fact that I'm not even sure if it shouldn't rather be ME4 and Andromeda being a side scoop. Not because Andromeda is like it wasn't as good as people were hoping for, and it fell flat in a lot of factors, but the fact that they left the galaxy and all of that gives a good reason to say this is a side branch of the Mass Effect story. If it's called Mass Effect 5, I'm not going to be like complaining either. That is sorry, their choice. But I wish I could be more hopeful. BioWare over even more than the last decade has proven not to be the studio they once were. And a lot of people who can make decisions do make choices or have made choices that did not tell a good story, or did not tell a good story in a good way. I hope to be proven wrong. I want to be eating my words when the next Mass Effect comes out. And that is fair. I mean, if you do not have a good name yet, I don't mind whether they call it 4 or 5 or spin it off in a different way. But I wish I could be more optimistic about it. But with everything that BioWare has produced over a decade, I am skeptical that I'll find a game that I will enjoy much. And I worry that even the story is going to be subpar and not very interesting. Okay. I have a few things left, like one thing basically left here, but I do think that I'll be calling this for the end of Mass Effect 2. Oh, yeah. I think the main problem is that they have, like, unfortunately, so many big Western gaming studios that they've built themselves up a bubble. And they don't get opinions from beyond that. And the fact that, for example, for Highguard, the one developer that spoke out said that everybody told them that they have a hit on their hands, that it's a great game, that they love it. That shows how insular the team had been. And if you never hear anybody even criticizing it, then it's going to come as a shock that the larger gamer community is rejecting your product. And the same we had for Veilguard, which, I mean, with the success of Baldur's Gate 3, there was some hope that we'd get another CRPG form for Dragon Age. And we didn't get that. Yes, and that is respect to the original developers of the first trilogy, that they created a series that is this enduring, that the fans of still to this day can come back to that franchise, to that original series, and go back and enjoy it, much like I've done with this playthrough, and then be able to say that and rediscover that it is still, after all of these years, a very good game. I have some nitpicks for the level design into gunplay wise. I was preferring the original Mass Effect's approach. It wasn't perfect, but it was very, very good. And unfortunately, they didn't take that terrifically strong basis and do more with it, do better with it. Unfortunately, that is not what happened. And I do agree that BioWare is probably not going to survive another flop. The community, I think, will rally around the old games and survive, but the company BioWare probably will not survive that. Yes. Oh, it is really, really good. It's really enjoyable. It's really well done. The pacing is great. The galaxy exploration, there's going to be arguments, and some people are going to favor 1, 2, or 3. Although I do try not to spoil the upcoming stuff too much, because there might be people that after all of this time are new to the series, and I want to give them the opportunity to discover it and not having stuff spoiled too much. Mass Effect 2 is, in my opinion, absolutely the best. No, absolutely not. I basically have finished the game, and I do enjoy discussing these things afterwards. And oh dang, Faceless, I didn't see you immediately. Welcome in, you as well. Hope you're having a lovely Monday as well. And I do tend to interrupt myself, as you noticed. But I do discuss games after finishing them, or story games after finishing them. And since I basically said that this is it for Mass Effect 2, basically 100%ed all of the different sectors. There's some minor stuff I think I'll be quickly doing. I think I actually will leave it. It's nothing major, and as such, I will leave it before Mass Effect 3, which I plan to start later this year, end of July, early August, thereabout. Depends on a few factors, but that's what I plan to do. And so I'm in the discussion phase, and so I don't mind this at all. And even if I were not, I do like discussing things. So Mass Effect 2 is the strongest story-wise of the entire series. In my opinion, it is so strong because it focuses on the team so much, building it, getting to know them, helping them out, making sure that they are properly committed to the goal of the mission. And all of that builds a lot of rapport, and with that rapport comes a connection for the player to the universe. It's not just a mass of which you need to run through to save, but you have people that matter, that are important, and that need help in order to be able to do their best on your mission. And that is what I think elevates Mass Effect 2 so highly. For the gunplay, as I said, I prefer the way Mass Effect 1 did it, because it had a lot more impact on the from the RPG stuff on the play, and that is something I really liked, and I am missing a little bit. It's harder to build a diverse characters here. And Tira, I am very, very happy to hear that. I hope that it goes quickly and fine, and then everything is going to be fine. Yes, I have heard of it. I did not yet have the opportunity to play it much. I'm going to have a quick look. I don't think... No, I have a similarly named game, but I don't have The Expanse itself. Oh, okay. It's not out yet. It's the new game from Owlcat. That one I am looking forward to. Owlcat recently has shown a lot of talent for RPGs, more it's CRPGs with Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous, and Rogue Trader. But I am pretty sure that the RPG elements are going to be on point, that your options for role-playing are going to be good, and it's probably and that might be a little bit unfair towards Owlcat, but they are producing really solid games. But they always have this little bit where you could see them reaching higher. So for Mass Effect 2, we are also at that point where I give my score after playing it. But I don't think that The Expanse is going to get quite close. It's going to have a few points off, but they are going to be really doing well. Yes, I do get that as well. And I already like the series and I'm looking forward to it, what they are doing with it. But they had the same for Rogue Trader, for the 2 Pathfinder games. There was pre-existing lore on which they could build. And they really, really build really solid games. But maybe because my main comparison is with Baldur's Gate 3 of recent times, which was terrifyingly exceptional. It was really knocking everything out of the park. If you compare their 3 CRPGs with that, they do not reach the same height. That's not to mean that they are bad, on the contrary, but they, as I said, they might not even, and that is not a bad thing. Not every game can be equally good, and expectations can shift over time. But there is a huge difference between a very good game and a bad game, and I'm expecting this to be good. Again, I want to be proven wrong, but I don't think it is going to reach quite the same height as Mass Effect 2. That is not a bad thing. Not everything can be that good. Welcome back, Thraik. Thank you very much for stopping by, even if shortly. And good to see that everything so far is going fine for you, Tira. So, had some discussion already, and I did say that it is also time to give Mass Effect 2 a score. Okay, I see. And so you managed to finish what you had to do an hour early, and you have some time to spend now. If my interpretation is correct, I'm happy to see that things are going fine. Okay. I'm scoring out of 100. And it is going to get a good score, but there are a few points that for me personally are going to bring it down. That doesn't... okay. Tangent. I know that can do that a lot. Every reviewer to a degree needs to do it subjectively. I am going to give my reasons why I'm going to take some points away. But if those points don't apply to your feeling of the game, then they don't apply, and we get to different outcomes. That is absolutely fine. But yeah, okay, I'm happy to hear that. So I do hope she gets back to you on Thursday. So There is a little bit of an issue with the level design. Not that it is too linear, that is not necessarily a critique, but and it is probably, or was at that time, probably unavoidable, but it is very corridory. It's not a critique that I'm putting only down for Mass Effect, and it is an RPG rather than a pure shooter. Then there is the fact that I preferred the strength of the RPG mechanics in Mass Effect 1. I do understand why they did it, but it's gotten a lot closer to being a shooter rather than an RPG that plays like a shooter. But a lot of that is going to get cancelled out by the great story and everything. I think it is fair to give this game a 94 out of 100. There are a few points where if they could develop another game with similar mechanics where they could do better, give more depth, give more less have upgrades, improve the accuracy of your weapons, and have training, i.e. stat raising, do that like it did in Mass Effect 1. Yeah, but it's all very minor, and I am going to give the game a 94 out of 100, which is 6 points better than the original Mass Effect. I gave the original Mass Effect a score of 88. But yeah. And I do think that it's a fair and considered score. A lot more than what a lot of game journalists nowadays are doing. And that is taking into account. I'm not judging it as if it were 2010 when it first came out, or 2009 when it first came out. I am judging it from a point of view of it being 2006. Arrival, I'm not sure if I'd call it plot holy or plot armory. I do understand why they put it in, but yeah, there is stuff to critique, and the Hammerhead, while I didn't touch on it, it's it's the Hammerhead. I complained enough about it while I was driving the damn thing. So yeah, it's not a perfect game, but it's a good, very, very good game, and I only wish that after Mass Effect 3 they had to try something bolder with it, with the ideas, with the mechanics, and well, mechanically Mass Effect Andromeda did take some experimental steps, but it broke the lore with it, and it leaned even more heavily into trying to make a shooter out of it. The Shadow Broker DLC, it is a lovely piece of a story for Liara. It's really, really... What is nice about it is that it is taking by necessity taking all of that story and condensing it down so massively, it ties in, of course, very nicely with the upcoming with Mass Effect 3. As I said, I'm planning to start that about late July, early August. It gives her a lot more character. She needed that. That was one of the weaknesses of Mass Effect 1, that they had interesting characters, but they didn't really manage to develop them enough. The fact that you have the individual missions here, you recruit them, and you then have a specific mission for each one, gives them a lot more depth. They have a lot more, they are able to show a lot more of their personality that way. Yes. I think I can say yes. It did do the spy thriller aspect, very heavy, action heavy spy thriller, but yes. And Reich, I hope work goes well. Thank you for stopping by, even if shortly. And you are right, even though I couldn't pick it up immediately. It is the engine's fault, partially, but also there I do want to add that EA was insisting on it. EA was insisting on a deadline. But despite all of that, I do think that the story of Mass Effect Andromeda feels very contrived. Not the first part so much, but how you make those planets better, quote unquote, for life again. Well, no, not quote unquote. They do massively increase the habitability of those planets. And then try to tie that in with another galactic threat. But it is so contrived. You basically have to fight to the fix-it switch on each planet, push that, and everything gets better. Yeah, it doesn't really work. It doesn't manage to build up the tension it wants. It doesn't do enough between the characters. It doesn't do enough between the race that they encounter and the Milky Way races. There could be more tension there. Despite the peaceful overtures, it doesn't mean that it needs to get aggressive, but yeah. Shepard, I do grant them that, and that is not wrong, but they still could have told a better story. The story itself, or a lot of the important mechanisms in the story, feel contrived. I can apologize. I can be like, okay, this is a new Mass Effect in a new galaxy. We're starting out with what we know. Maybe they should have added 2 new if a few more Andromeda species. But if they then had said we didn't have that opportunity to really do that because of the engine, or where we needed to work, and doing new models and all of that is time consuming, especially if you do need to switch the engine. But the main story, it very much is a Deus Ex Machina. And those unfortunately just don't make for good stories. And yeah, it feels contrived, I think, is the best word I can find for it. And that is regretful. I do not enjoy seeing bad games. I don't mind mocking really bad games. I mean, if you're releasing a joke, then expect that as a response. But I would much prefer if games were good, and if they could find a niche for themselves. Well, I did give it a replay a few years back. I might even play it on stream after Mass Effect 3, but I think you need to keep in mind that it was very much hyped up. It had a ton of bugs, which, yes, were somewhat of a lightning rod for the, yes, hate that some people had for the game. But the amount of disappointment, I think the disappointment of a lot of people was fair. It is easy to categorize harsh criticism as hate. We see it very often. But I can absolutely understand Mass Effect fans not liking Andromeda. Did people take it too far? Yes, absolutely, and that is wrong. Threatening and harassing people is always wrong, and I don't want anybody to do that. But it did fairly draw a lot of critique, and I think a lot of people could have overlooked the technical aspects if the story had been better. Not just more compelling, but fixing the Deus Ex Machina aspects. That just never makes for a good story. Let me be a bit more careful with that. It can, if it is warranted. I remember an episode of Babylon 5 where you had a battle at Babylon 5 with the Earth Federation forces. That was a very close run victory. Then the aggressing side got reinforcements, and Delane came back with a Minbari fleet to step in and stop it. In that regard, it wasn't Sheridan getting the second part of the victory, but he had fairly won the first part, and as such, it felt more akin to him being cheated out and then being given it back. But it was Deus Ex Machina, so... But you need to do it well, and they didn't do that for Mass Effect Andromeda, unfortunately. And the other part is that a lot of people could easily imagine stories that were a lot better. Because also this dark energy stuff, a pet peeve of mine, and I'm not judging the game for that, is not how dark energy or dark matter is going to be working when we figure out what it is and how it works. Not like that. But again, that is something I can forgive the game for. But the more basic story aspects, this unobservable sudden appearance of it, the fact that the problem is basically already solved, you just need to activate the machines that purify or clean it up or something. Yeah. They absolutely do, and I'm not going to spoil the ending directly, but I am going to say that I have a lot of critique for that ending. Or for the possible endings. Let's be fair to it. It Mass Effect 3, in my opinion, is almost as good a game as Mass Effect 2 is up until the last mission. And then it drops off. And they do need to address that. And from trailers I've seen, they do seem to not take an escape route anymore. But with Mass Effect Andromeda taking that escape route and leaving that ending open, it allowed itself to tell a new story with new characters and all of that without the weight of that decision, which allowed players of Mass Effect 3 to feel like their decision at the end still mattered, even though how they managed to solve everything wasn't good, but to a degree understandable. Oh, and I just see that we're having ads, so if you do have ads, yeah, I'm going to need to repeat this. Yeah, but there is fair criticism of Mass Effect 3 as well. But Andromeda just couldn't stick the story. And because of all the tools they used, the Deus Ex Machina, both for the probable antagonist and all of that. Yeah. I don't know if that is true. It could be. If I were to try and give my possible, it's always, some of those things are always really hard to say. What came from the executives, what came from the designers themselves. I think, and that is something that may have been just unavoidable, was that it compresses too many choices down to a few endings. Well, yeah, okay. you are not wrong. We can't forget that they were under EA, at the moment where EA was reasonably considered the worst company in the industry. But yeah, this compression of so many choices hurt the ending. But then again, could they have made a branching ending with different missions where, depending on the choices you made, you had different missions and different outcomes? And we can't forget that a lot of developers are afraid that people are not going to be seeing everything, and then they will have wasted work rather than having the courage to say, yeah, not a lot of people are going to see this, but for those who do see it, they're going to be feeling very fulfilled. And then the others are going to be like, oh, that was there. They did think about that, and make it feel better via word of mouth. Again, it's not an easy decision. I am not pretending that I have a perfect answer, but discussing it will help us get closer to a possible answer, at least. I see what, yeah, that is, but if they do that, that is again a cop-out. And you really need to do that carefully. Possibly, I don't feel like, for me personally, I have enough information of being able to put it like that. It is going to allow the developer to say all of the endings are fair, all of that is fair. We are going to maybe follow a single strand of the multiverse through. Yeah, okay, that is something where I feel like they really should have let that lie. That part feels like they were trying to get to a point that now there is another huge opening and like a huge risk that is not only threatening one galaxy but two galaxies, make it bigger in that sense, and I don't think that is the correct idea. Again, I hope that I'm proven wrong. I hope that I'm wrong and they weave everything together so masterfully that I can't help but be impressed, but their current track record and what the sister team did to Veilguard, and I'm not saying that the Veilguard team is exactly the Mass Effect team, but they are working in a single company. Some of the way those companies are working are going to be the same between the companies, between the teams, and I do worry that too much is similar between the teams, that it's not going to be working out. And if we indeed have a multiverse, then there is going to be a multiverse where the Reapers did win. There is going to be... You see, everything is going to be flowering out. And stuff like that. I don't know. I hope to be proven wrong, but I can't help but be skeptical. Absolutely. Don't worry about it, Tira. I hope you have a great nap. Thank you for having joined me. And please have a lovely rest of your Monday. It's hard to follow up a trilogy as impactful and as good as Mass Effect 3 in the end. The ending of Mass Effect, I'm assuming, okay, how am I going to address the ending of Mass Effect 3 in the next game? I think the best idea is to take one of the 3 endings and go with that. I understand. Do take care of yourself, and as I said, do have a good nap and collect the energy you need for that today. You always come first. My stream probably should be a 3rd or 4th place, actually, now that I think about it. But if you have other things to do, you want to do other things, that always comes first. So don't worry about it, Tira. Rest well and have a fun afternoon, please. So I think I'm going to be putting up a big spoiler. Give me a second. So let me switch over to my talking screen and I'll address that. So, spoilers, because I am going to spoil the ending of Mass Effect 3. So if you don't want to be spoiled, yeah, either mute or come back when I'm done talking about them. I'm going to be removing the spoiler notice on screen once I am done. But out of all the endings, it depends on on who you want to be the main character. But I do think that the most interesting, although it was introduced as very much a Deus Ex Machina as well. The most interesting ending might actually be the fusion ending. Where synthetic organic gets fused into a whole. Story-wise, there's a lot to where you can dig in. What does that mean? What does that mean for previously synthetic species? What does that mean for previously organic species? So there is a lot to explore there. And I just say this is the ending, the canonical ending, like they did for a lot of other RPGs in, like, for example, Knights of the Old Republic, where for the 2 games there is a canonical ending. Even though throughout those 2 games, the player had the opportunity to play how they did it. They could choose whether Revan was good, bad, a man, a woman, all of that. But there were canonical endings, and I just probably would do the same and then pick, as I said, the most interesting out of all of them, which would be the fusion ending. There are issues with that. for force distribution, what did happen, because that basically then pacified the big threat, i.e. the Reapers. What do we have here? But I don't think that those are unsolvable problems, and you could have the story go around. For example, and I'm pretty sure we saw her in the trailer. I'm pretty sure that was Liara in the trailer. Take Liara, have her have a child, for example, with Shepard, like probably with Shepard, and that you canonize that as well, and then either for Liara herself with her child navigate this new environment and make it a personal story with personal stakes rather than a galactic story with galactic stakes. It's not perfect, and there is still a lot of questions that need answering in this approach. But overall, that might be the best way to tie all of it together. Yeah, that is true. And they did do a lot of work for Liara in Mass Effect 3, and I'm looking forward when I can showcase that on stream. But again, that it will need to be a while, because there is another game. There's an event in between. There is another game I plan to showcase before. And there is some more time between now and that game. Yeah. Yeah, but I do think that that is the best approach. Be like, okay, we're taking this because it gives us a lot of interesting, especially interpersonal stuff. Does that mean that children might not need food, or that they could be charged and have food? There's so much there that that can then result in interesting what ifs and stories. Yes, that is not wrong, but it's hard enough to speculate on it at the moment. That's how I feel. If they are going that route, I think that they then might have taken the best choice. But again, you will need a lot of effort into getting that. But yeah, I think of what I wanted to say, and I'm not sure I did that properly. The synthetic aspects of the trailer were not clear enough, because cybernetics are definitely an important part of medicine in the Mass Effect universe. Take a look at Shepard, take a look at Garrus. Shepard ends as so far that with cybernetics you can revive a person that has been dead for weeks at least. It could be a fully sentient Shepard AI. That is also definitely possible. That at the end of Mass Effect 3, for that ending, his consciousness was allowed to remain and then got a new synthetic organic body. For that is one of the aspects that very often in sci-fi gets forgotten, but Mass Effect does very well with the Geth, that a synthetic species, a single consciousness, can be independent of the hardware it's running on, and thus in a way immortal, and not just in its memories, but in its lack of need for hardware, can just go into use new hardware as needed. And with what happens to achieve that ending, there is definitely also the opportunity that that all is possible. But I don't feel like I have enough information there left and right. Yes, the black box, though, does not contain... Yes, okay. Step back. There is a black box that Liara makes. Again, that is a spoiler for Mass Effect 3. She's making a spoiler where she records the history of the galaxy as she knows it up until that point, important people and all of that. And Shepard is going to have a big... a very big entry, not only because of the importance of Shepard, but also because of the personal relationship. But is it enough to reconstruct the entire personality? I want to say no. I'm erring on the point that it is impossible from what Liara could include in the black box, that would have been enough to reconstruct a complete Shepard AI. Maybe I'm wrong, and there is another aspect of that where I could see it going, and that might be the more important, that might be the more interesting aspect, that because of the meld Liara did with Shepard at the end of Mass Effect 3, and Liara now being also partially synthetic, that she manages to, and with the description of that particular meld as retaining a part, being able to retain their partner forever in case they die, usually because of old age. Asari live for over 1,000 years. Most species live a lot less than that, and even there is more. That is something I am not sure how much of that information she had available to be putting into that black box. Definitely she might have put into the black box the fact that Shepard died, was resurrected or reconstructed, depending on how you want to put it, but I'm not sure how much of the technology that was necessary to do that was included. But the aspect I would find the most interesting, that if it is a Shepard AI, that Liara was indeed able to take so much from Shepard's personality that she would have been able, now that life is both synthetic and organic, to reconstruct Shepard and then give that reconstructed shell back Shepard's soul, for a lack of a better word. So making a copy of the soul, all the memories, all of the important connections in the brain, and then giving that back to a shell. And that would have very interesting consequences for a lot of things. And if they go that way, they could really make interesting personal stories, because as I already spoiled, and again, warning for everybody who does not know the story of Mass Effect 3, at the end of Mass Effect 3, you can keep the Reapers around, which the Fusion ending definitely does, because it basically achieved the goal of the Reapers fusing organic and synthetic life into a peaceful coherence. So that can come into play. We don't know all of the aspects of the meld. Is it really Shepard? In a way, it's definitely possible for them to say it's Shepard, and then the player coming back to the game and being like, okay, it's me again, and I can play Shepard again, and that makes sense because Shepard was always, to a large degree, me. That's definitely a feeling a player can have. And then But and okay, I've talked myself into it now. But if you're there going that route, either have the consciousness saved by the Crucible, by the intelligence sitting there. I forgot the name. Sorry, and spoiler as well. Either have a save there and allow them to come back because of the role and the sacrifices they made, or have go the route that Liara made a copy of Shepard's soul that she's now being able to resurrect. Does that mean she needs to let go of that copy, or how that exactly works? There could be a ton of stuff there, and then make it a personal story with personal stakes rather than try to reintroduce a larger galactic threat, because especially since the Reapers are still there, they are still such a huge combat force, especially against space risks, that you can't you can't properly put up a threat on a galactic scale again that remains credible. For if it existed before, why did the Reapers dominate the galaxy for so long? And if they bring this dark matter, dark energy stuff over from Andromeda, I'm going to have a huge thing that why Andromeda not at the Milky Way. The technologies with the Mass Effect fields and all of that is basically the same. Fair enough. Andromeda never seems to have developed the relays that the Milky Way now needs to rebuild, because those are a really good thing for travel, even if it is restrictive point to point. But being able to have sectors connected like that and all of that, it speeds up the transportation quite a lot in the universe. I do want them to leave that threat out of the Milky Way. They experimented with it in Andromeda. It can't work. It's the way they started it up. It's not going to work. Bringing it back, and please focus on a personal story again. I hope they can do that. It's what I would do. Put up personal stakes, small things where the galaxy don't necessarily know all about it, and yeah. Again, this is also just a rough outline of how I would approach a Mass Effect 5 if I had to acknowledge the ending of Mass Effect 3. And if I would want to do that properly, I'd do a lot more. Need to do a lot more. Yeah. There is, if they survived, if we're talking about the fusion ending, there is a lot there in stories where you can find stuff, where you can learn stuff that is very interesting, but don't make that a conflict. They can't make that a conflict point anymore. And the technological superiority of the Reapers, I feel like, should have allowed them, if there were any risk of Mass Effect fields creating this agglomeration of dark matter, dark energy into those strands we saw in Andromeda, the Reapers would definitely have had the technology to clean it up, as had the other civilization in Andromeda. Yeah. So, from the ending, if we are canonizing a single ending, I'd be going for the Paragon strand of the ending, because it brings along most different races, most different species, the biggest mix that possibly could be. Will the Krogans have a civil war? Possibly. They are very warlike. That would, though, mean that Rex, which I would canonize as surviving, failed. Or, and that is also less, not very likely, it is a civil war. I know that was featured in the teaser material. I don't like... It's... Fair enough, there might have been Krogan factions later on that don't accept Rex's rule. On the other hand, he did have a big hand in solving the genophage, like curing the genophage, and he is reintroducing the part of the female rule that went away. The only way I see a civil war going through well is if they are canonizing a more renegade path where the Krogans weren't helped as much. I see it definitely possible as a plot point, but it feels... And then again, what extent does the civil war have? Is this a localized thing? It could be. But that is the thing. If Rex is successful, there is going to be some curbing of that. And he is, I think, smart enough to understand that Krogan need to work their aggressions out, and he is going to be he's going to codify that into traditions, at least that's my opinion, he's going to codify that into traditions that makes it sustainable, not only for the Krogan, but also for the rest of the galaxy. So, give an outlet for the aggression, but do it in such a way that everything is able to still prosper. The Salarians do seem the type that can forget history and repeat a mistake. You definitely can go that way. Let me put it like that. You definitely can go that way, and it is not necessarily wrong that those are definitely possible outcomes. But I think the story would be a lot more interesting if you simmer down the galactic tensions, especially if it is very recently after the end of the Reaper invasion. I don't think Rex would be insignificant in that. He would have a lot of goodwill from the Krogan and a lot of other races. He is definitely still a Krogan, but if you talk to him, he is very reasonable for a Krogan. You can talk to him and you can talk him through a problem. It might not be the easiest, but you can absolutely do it, and he is going to be receptive to that. I think what I'm trying to say, if they are going that way, they are taking an easy way out for tension. Because one of the things that Rex makes very clear is that he is against revenge, he is against taking revenge, and that is not the way forward for the Krogan. And it also should not be the way forward for the writers in pulling that back. It would make for a much more interesting story if there is a more focused, if they have more focused issues trying to deal with the aggression. How do we do that? They may invent the Hollow Room where you can fight hard enemies with little risk, and be able to explore stuff. There is so much more there than an Krogan population explosion leading automatically to a civil or external war. And I would hope that the Solarians have learned from the first mistake. But then again, there may be some Dalatrases there. Absolutely. That is also a factor that is absolutely fair to consider, that how they let the first trilogy end did not leave an easy way to go forward. But as I already explained, I do think the best way they can address that is take the fusion ending, take the interesting aspects of that, and put... And it's an RPG, you're going to need combat. I think the best thing to do there is have small parties, like pirates or so on, very specifically highly threaten single targets. So that you have a strand where, for example, the Blue Suns or the Eclipse work either against each other, but there is a planet caught in the crosshairs. It can be a big planet, it can be one of the central planets, but it's caught in the crosshairs, and you need to solve that and put in again situations where it's hard to see a clear winner. I think that was one of the aspects that were not quite as strictly done in Mass Effect. Not in Mass Effect, in Dragon Age Origins, where you had the elves and the werewolves, and you were put in a dichotomy. Make that, if you do have a path where you really find peace, make it hard to attain, make it that you need to explore on something that feels more CRPG than Skyrim-y or Elder Scrolls-y. Although no, Elder Scrolls mix the two. Have the open world discoverability of that. But you need to focus on needing to put an effort in, find obscure information, talk to people, have complicated dialogue trees, and that is something that if you want, in my opinion, to make Mass Effect 5 really great. You need the dialogue system as it was originally found in CRPGs. You need to have moments where you have 10, 15 choices. You can ask a similar amount of questions, really dig into something, make the situations really complex, and finding the optimal solutions really hard, really putting a lot of your RPG elements to that, and make the RPG part a lot deeper again than it was in Mass Effect 3. It worked for Mass Effect 3 because you established this thread, this story, this baseline that they could then finish up. I hope that Mike Gamble will figure it out. And I hope that he doesn't want to figure it out in this narrow post-modern echo chamber that a lot of the games industry, the modern AAA, Western AAA games industry has found itself in. They're going to get a lot of criticism from the press, from the gaming press, if they do that. But I think that is a necessity for the larger gamers to accept Mass Effect 5 and its story. Bring it away from that particular form of storytelling, because their trappings do not allow for deep storytelling. Yes, I'm not saying you need a big open world, but for my example, you have let's say you have two pirate factions and you have a planet in the crosshairs. Give locations, planet side, space side, where you can find information. Do space exploration a bit more similar to Mass Effect 3. Or maybe take the PoE system of Mass Effect 1 in space, but don't do it quite as obvious. Time Pressure, it's not a moment to experiment with something that radical, but have a hub, like have a sector in space where you fly around and you can visit points of interest and find out information. I'm not sure exactly where the limit for open world there would be in your opinion. And again, I sometimes feel like there is currently not a good definition of what open world is. But have a model, like I'm going to give a concrete example on where I would take inspiration from. Use something like you had in Dragon Age Origins, where you had a few central hubs. You had Redcliffe, you had Haven, you had the Elven settlement or the Elven campsite. You had the capital city of Ferelden, and you could explore in those areas. You had different parts to that, and yeah, have that approach where you have a few hotspots you need to solve without, and keep it smaller for Mass Effect 5. And I just realizing the camera is a little bit out of focus. Sorry about that. Yes, and I'm going to put it out there. Make it feel a lot bigger. For the smaller areas, and again, I'm going to bring an example. Although, strictly speaking, my example is open world. So, if you know Yakuza, they have a very small section of a larger city. And fair enough, if you have multiple hub areas, make it smaller. But do it, and again, Dragon Age is also a good example on how you can do that. Have small explorable areas surrounded by, and make them dense. A lot of houses, a lot of unnecessary stuff. Although with the capital city, they made it really well that one of the parts was actually the market, which is a lot more open. And that's a critique towards the older games as well. Make it feel huge. You have millions and millions of people on the Citadel. Make it feel like a dense area. The areas they've showed beforehand did not do that well enough. That is why I think they should have tried to focus more on the Presidium in Mass Effect 2 as well, because that is a much less dense area than the wards are, and really give that sense of this is a big part of something that is akin to a huge city. Give people that sense of scale. And if you do put invisible walls in, or be like, that's not a part we need to go to, but connect it a bit more. Was it terribly revolutionary? The space aspect definitely felt like it. Especially in a mainstream RPG sense, yes. Previous games like Elite 2, Elite, in Frontier Elite 2 and Elite itself were different, and some ideas were there, the technology wasn't quite there. It's not a straightforward comparison. And I definitely understand what you're trying to say. So the space aspect definitely was great. The Citadel felt weird in a way. Even thinking back about it, it felt like it should have been much grander. And I think what they really needed to do is have more NPCs walking around and give it much more of a scale. Have connections, maybe archways, where, fair enough, it will then feel very much like you're not allowing the player to go everywhere, and that is going to feel contrived, but I think it's going to feel much better than if you have this isolated area of the Presidium in the first game and connect that. The elevator connection is fine, actually. You would need to do it like that, and you can't put too much into those connections. But the Presidium as a ring, as a whole, it felt like you had this strangely separate area you were allowed to walk around in. And it felt really strange that there was no connection there. How shall I put it? You had the like 3 embassies where the Volus and the Elko had to share an office. I mean, you have this huge space station. You can't allocate enough space for everybody there to have their own office, at least. it was jarring in a way. Fair enough, they did want to present a compact space the player could explore without needing to block parts off that you weren't allowed to go to. Yeah, that's absolutely fine, and I do think that I'm starting to get to ramble as well. But it was absolutely a great discussion. Thank you for your input, and I hope you're going to have a great rest of your Monday. And it is also coinciding well that I am getting towards the end of stream, and while usually I'd say I have 10 more minutes, I think I'm going to end it here. It's a good end point. All I am going to do from here on out is ramble. Although, let me have a thought. Maybe I do find a topic I still have a thought I want to get out there right now. Yeah, no, I do think that I explained well enough. I could repeat details of the explanation for sure. Why the Citadel in Mass Effect 1 felt disjointed, like this part separate from everything else, when it should have been this huge whole. Maybe the best solution is just to make the surrounding stuff so boring that most players never walk to the end. Don't hide anything there, just make it boring housing. Have a shopping street that leads into housing complexes. Repeat everything for 10 minutes and then be like, there is currently not much more here. Or have it lead back into a copied marketplace with different NPCs selling the same stuff, and repeat ad nauseum. Have some side corridors that can connect to it, elevators going. I do know that it is feasible to have these loops. Make them so long that most players never realize that they are there, and then fair enough, if you do the loops, at one point you need to repeat stuff. But have the architecture the same between the shopping streets, have the shops the same, or make even the inhabited area between, then put in some grocery shops. Those would be much denser than other things, and make it like a 25-minute walk, and have a tram stop in the middle, and the tram stop just brings you back to the main hub you want a player to move in, and have a single hub that with a few different NPCs, most NPCs, and make it dense. You really want to have a lot of people in the wards. And while I do think that those are good solutions, everybody also needs to keep in mind that I am also very much a dungeon master or game master. I'm not only playing Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm basically playing everything I'm getting my hands onto, and people who want to play onto. But that is one of the things that I do a lot, to try and have the environments feel believable and be dense. Have multiple squares. They are all selling similar things, or if you have the time and want to make it interesting, have markets for weapons, have markets for armor, have markets for food, or have all the markets basically be for food and daily life necessities, and then have the weapon shop, armor shop be specialities. That can also work. but you want to make it feel dense. There's a lot of small, for a D&D city, there's a lot of small streets that are mainly meant for people walking. You have big thoroughfares where you'll have carriages and so on. And everything is dense. People don't need to walk more than 10, 15 minutes with their groceries. They don't need to walk very far for their work. That might need some distance though, but if you look at historic cities, that was mixed. So you would have bakeries everywhere that would get their flour. Vegetables you'd get from the market, because that's where the peasants or merchants would bring the produce. Same for meat, but people would keep chickens. I have modernized that a bit because Magic allows me to do so in a way that remains believable. You can cool stuff magically and so on. But applying all of that to Mass Effect, you want to make it dense. You want to have a lot of streets. You want to have tram connections. You want to have people coming and going. If those NPCs repeat or have some random generation that makes them look quite similar, that is all fine. Have clothes similar. It's all of that works. The more you can put in, the better it feels. But as with D&D, a lot of that is going to fade into the background, and people, if there is enough, as soon as there is enough that imagination can fill in the rest, even for a game, I think they're golden. But do that and make it feel like a big, messy whole. And so far, for the wards, they haven't managed to do that properly. And another thing that I find is that in such areas, it is a lot easier for you to put in hooks for people to want to do stuff. And that might be some combat. You can have some pirates. The issue with pirates in Mass Effect is that you don't have space combat, now that I think about it. If I take another game I play, Elite Dangerous, having space combat there makes a lot of sense because you're sitting in your own spacecraft and they can interdict you, they can do a lot of stuff. But you can't have that in Mass Effect, and boarding is not a good idea even in Mass Effect. So, have gangs and stuff. Give people a reason to have the fights planet-side. And one of those might be space combat is just too dangerous for pirates to really want to do it. So instead of actively fighting a fleet, they're using small ships, dropping people off, trying to incite riots, trying to incite fights. There may be raiders and all of that. But what I absolutely don't want to see, and that is something I really worry about, is that BioWare is going to try and up the ante, up the danger for the next one, because of what they ended up with in the first one, and in the first trilogy. Sorry, I need to say. Yeah, all in all, it's a very interesting question, but I personally do not have enough time and influence to really be able to work it out. I would figure it out as we go along. If there is a Mass Effect or a tabletop RPG and we'll be playing it and I'll be the dungeon master, I'll be figuring it out. but it take me month. And best month of playing where I'm starting in a small area and then find solutions for all of the issues with my players. It's an interesting question, but I don't think I'll be able to really solve the problem now. And that being said, we have reached the end for today. And I managed to ramble on a few minutes longer. Of course I have. As soon as I realized I had still stuff to say, of course I managed to talk a lot more. That being said, thank you everybody for coming today. I had a blast today. Great discussions, great thoughts. A lot there. Thank you everybody for having been here. I hope you had a lot of fun. Schedule. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, as always, are my days, 2 days off. We'll be seeing each other again on Thursday, so I hope your time until then is going to be... You'll have a great time until then. I'll be playing some more Supreme Commander on Thursday. As I said, some more skirmishes, some more AI, maybe some ladder, depending on how well I feel I got a grasp of the basic economy of Supreme Commander. We'll see how far I can get with that. But that will be from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 9 to 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and next Monday, I'll be playing from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or respectively from 7 to 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'll be playing Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon on Friday, and then Monster Hunter, on the weekend. And let's see if I'll just check it, because I do have a plan, but I don't want to make a mistake announcing it. Come on. So yeah, I'll be playing Mystic Quest next. I should be finishing it up in about a week, so it should require me only a week of play. And then after that, I should have enough time to showcase a game of a genre I haven't showcased before, and that is Armored Core 6. I do really enjoy it. I haven't played it in a while. I hope I can. I'm still playing well enough to be able to get through it, for it's not an easy game. But as always, FromSoft does it really well for the story. So that is an interesting aspect. I hope I'll be able to discuss better with that game in particular. And that should take me about another 30 hours, which then should position me perfectly to start Persona 3 Portable in April. Sorry, confused myself there on the calendar. And that has a fixed start date, and that is why I need to fill up the rest like I'm doing right now. I'll be playing through the entirety of Persona 3, doing a new game, doing everything, maxing out the stats, maxing out every social link, and I'll be doing it in the portable version, because on the remake version, and I'll be discussing that when we're coming up to it. They did some changes to the story. One big change that I'm going to criticize, where they removed agency of a lot of characters, which I cannot agree with. But that is for pretty much exactly in a month, 6th of April, and that will be running probably into June. But we'll see, and that depends on a lot of things. But that's the plan game-wise, and then we have the summer event again for 3 weeks, and Mass Effect 3 afterwards. But there might be that there's some more smaller games, maybe Brutal Legends or something like that coming in there in between. That being said, though, thank you very much, everybody, for having been here. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope to see you all again soon. Raid. I forgot about the raid. I do want to raid out with you. Let's see if I can find somebody. And as so often, I don't want to raid out to the same people over and over again. I think, as always, if you do have suggestions, please feel free to put them into chat. But I think that today we'll be raiding Camille. She's doing a debut, part of the Flora Atelier debut. And I hope you're going to be enjoying her stream. And I hope, yeah. As always with raids, though, please be nice, please be kind. I hope to see all of you again. Ooh, okay, we're not able to raid her. Not enough people. In which case, I might just end stream today and join her stream just personally. Okay, let's just end stream then today. It is the way it is. But still, thank you everybody for having been here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope to see all of you again soon, hopefully on Thursday. But if you do not have time or if the subject doesn't interest you, then of course nobody is forced to come. I'm happy for the time you spend here, but if you cannot or don't want to, that is absolutely fine. That being said, I hope you're going to have a lovely rest of your Monday. Please enjoy it, and until next time, I wish you the best of times, and until then, goodbye.